Yeah, I wanted to hear your voice. Okay, okay, guys. That was Mr. Membatlele. Sorry for that. So I'm going to share the screen of a POE. I won't waste much of the time there. I'll just be brief. I also have slides, but slides they are very, very long. I will just share them in your app or attach them in the meeting so that you guys you can refer. But not to confuse you, you can read the Word document. It is detailed and have everything that is needed for you to complete this task. You guys, you can see the screen, right? Guys, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So guys, this year at least, we started with a view in the second part. Last year, they did their view part in the last part. So this year, it started eliminating now in your part two. If you did not implement it, it means you must implement it in part three. That will you will see by that you need to improve the chat system. Then there are a few features that you need to add. They are not that much. If you work on it, I believe you guys will do better and get a better mark. It's not that much. It's not like it's a very, very long task. Yes, it is challenging, but I believe that if you give yourself enough, the problem is there in your portfolio so that it functions to according to the requirements of the field, right? Mm, we are going to improve our part two. That's the main task in part three. We're going to improve the design. We're going to improve the functionalities of our system. That's the main thing that we're going to do. Memory is there in part two. I believe you guys have implemented it. And then random responses are there in your part two. If you did not have them in your part two, it means you're going to include them now. Statement detection is also there in your part two. So you can handle errors and so on, right? So in your part three, you are not going to remove anything, you're going to improve everything that we've done. So right? So that's what you're going to do, right? So I'm not going to read, guys. I'm just going to be quick. I believe this description will cover everything that is needed for your part three, right? So what do you now? The most important thing, this is more from this year task, is that your system must have database, right? So it means you are going to implement a database, right? You guys should do database in year two, so meaning using a database is not new to you. You know the database, you know how to create tables and so on. So if I'm wrong, you'll tell me, but I know you can do that with Mr. Tsapo or MCIA or another lecturer. So it's the same thing that we're going to do here, but for now, we are going to do it in the system, right? And it must be functional in the system. So it's very, very important for this task, right? It's not like you are going to build a big database. You're just going to create a database that is going to store tasks. Nothing more than that, right? So but now there's a chat system where you can ask questions, then the system responds, right? So you are going to add other features, right? You are going to add other features. The features that we are going to add is the task assistant. This one is the one that the user is going to create tasks as the reminders, right? So if you're going to create tasks as the reminders, meaning in your task, it's either you set a task like when you set a reminder in your phone, right? So you can set the time, you can set the date when I'm going to complete that task and so on, right? Meaning that task is either the date, description, and what, and time, right? Then it must be added to open that task. It must be directly pulled out from the database, right? So this is the task that is not there in part two. This is a new one. It's a new feature in your system. It means you're going to add a button, right? For you, when you click there, it says task or add task. Then you are able to add tasks, and then those tasks must also be recorded in your system and stored in the database, right? Any question? Then, if there's no question, the second task that we're going to add, you can also add a button for this. I believe, yeah, button. You can also add a button that when you click, you go straight to a game. So this game is like a quiz. It's not like you're playing chess or something. This game, this mini game is like a quiz, right? Where you ask a user about cyber security knowledge, right? So you ask, the questions must be multiple choice, all right? Then, in those questions, when the user select the wrong answer, it must indicate with a certain color, maybe red if it's wrong. When it's right, then a green in that example. Then it must also calculate the points. So these questions, this mini game, it can be a quiz of 10 questions, can be a quiz of 5 questions. We'll see there when I go into details. So it's just a mini quiz. This one does not have to be stored in the database, right? These quizzes, you don't have to store them in the database. But if you want, you can do that if you have time, right? Then another thing that we must add is called NLP, Natural Language Processing Simulation. This one will make your chatbot to be more responsive to users. This is like you are training your AI so that it's more dynamic. For example, AI like uh, ChatGPT, for example. If you use ChatGPT, if you ask a question, it is more dynamic. It can give different answers, right? Different answers. It does not have to rely on answers that are stored in the system. You guys, obviously, we are not going to build an advanced system. We're just going to train the system to be more dynamic so that each and every time the user asks a question, it does not always say, oh, I can't remember that and so on, or I don't understand that. So that you train your system to be responsive. That's what it is, right? So it's like that. So activity log is a history name. It's like a history activity log feature which will record the actions that a bot has taken. If you set a reminder or you create a reminder, you add a reminder or a task, it must record. When you chat, it must record. So It means each and everything that is happening in your system or that you are doing in your system, this activity log feature is the one that is going to make sure that it keeps tracks of everything that a user is doing, right? So this feature is about that, right? So the last, this note is very important. I'll read it as it is. Part 3 is solely a queue-based application, meaning there is no console, right? No student is going to submit a console project for this, right? It's a queue-based, so it means it should be a system which have buttons and so on. Though all those controls you will choose to use. I'm not going to tell you use these controls and so on. As long as it works, that's it. No one is going to force you to use a list view and so on. Depends on you. If you understand it the other way, if it works for you, then it's fine, as long as it's functional. And then if a student submit a console application instead of good, they will receive a score of 0 for this part. So meaning this part 3, if you submit a console project, it means you get 0. I'm not going to mark it. I'm not going to waste time and mark it. I'm going to give you 0. And then it means next year you will repeat the module. Because if you fail this part, you are going to repeat the module, right? So I'm not even going to call you because you guys you have this and you were told that you must use Q. I'm just going to give you a strategy, right? So the queue must be implemented using XAML, the one that we use in class, or Windows Forms, right? With appropriate controls, graphic rendering, and like. So Windows Form we normally don't do it in class, because this one is more like you drag and drop and so on. So in our class we do XAML because it's more dynamic compared to this one. The designs looks good. It's easy to style if you use them. So if you use drag and drop, uh, the QEX is saying I must accept it. It's fine as long as it's functional. But it's easy if you use them, because that's the one that we're going to show you. So I'm not going to be strict on those who use Windows Forms. I'm not sure about Mr. Lwazi. He will answer himself. So on my side, it's optional. If you feel like XML is easy for you, then you can use it. But if you have done your part 2 using XML, then it's easy for you to continue in that main, because you are just going to add a few controls and then it's the same as your chart. It's just few stuff that you need to add. But you use the same, you can use the dictionary and so on, just for you to have questions and answers there. So let me see. Is there any question for now? Before I say something else, is there anyone who's have a question, or is it clear? Is it confusing and so on? Is the objective, what do you need to do for this part, confusing and so on? Because these are the features that you need to add. It's just 4 features. It's not a lot. Is there anyone who have a question? Don't tell me out of 71, no one have a question here. Yeah?
Say,
Yeah, I'm listening.
in the database, what are we putting in the database?
Okay, in the database, what are we putting? What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I can see
I talk,
you said it's
I
gonna
talk
be
about,
database in particular.
yeah, your database. Okay, let me come to this part now. You see, database integration, storage. This one, you only do it for tasks. When you create tasks, it means those tasks must be in the database, must be stored in the database. That's where you integrate with what? With just a simple database. You use MySQL. If you can use MySQL, then as long as you can use a database, but don't use an external DBMS. You can use internal or use Microsoft because that one will work for me, right? It will work for me. So what are we putting? Obviously, your task must have a name, It must have an ID or a number, and then it must have a description, in case you are creating a table. Right? What else? It must have a date. If you're creating a database, it means that table must have a date. If you're having one, it's just one table. You don't need so many tables. If that's what you mean by what do you put in your database. Does it make sense? So it's just, you are just saving your task in your database. That's what you need, right? That's what you need. It means all your tasks must be stored in the database. If you delete, it must be deleted from a database. It means you'll need an SQL for that. Once it's done, you must change the status if you have a status. But don't forget, all your tasks must also be in an activity log. It must, so that the system, when you go to E3, you will see that, okay, you set the task at this particular time and so on. So you can open that task or you pull it from the database, right? So in your task, I said it's like a reminder. Task is like a reminder where you say, okay, maybe tomorrow I will have a task. For example, eating task. If you add the task, you say, okay, the name of the task, I'm going to eat at a certain, I'm just giving an example, or I'm going to play a game. Cybersecurity encryption. Okay. What else do I need to explain? Isn't it the mini quiz? I just wanna point out some important information about the quiz. So very more than 10 competition. So if they are accepted, we have 10 questions. Because I said this like multiple choice. If you have 10 questions, then it's acceptable. But if you have less, then it's not acceptable. It means it must be 10. You can't have 100 questions. That one I know. I want to accept. At least 10 up to 20 or 10 up to 15. But 10 is acceptable. So minimum should be 10 or maximum should be 20, something like that. But even 20 is too much. I think 10 is fine. We can stick to 10 questions all of us. If you have less, it means if this is out of 10, it means you're going to get to if you have less than 10. At least have 10 questions. So check user score. So as I said, I will show you when I open the system. When you click, when you open it, when you click a wrong answer, it must indicate, it must tell the user good that is wrong. Then if you click, for example, if you click an answer, you click submit, then it must tell the user, no, that is wrong. Because it's just a game, until the user chooses the right one, then the system can go to the next question. but it depends on your system. Now, if you want the user to just do all the questions, then at the end you give a final score, and then you indicate which ones were wrong and so on, it's also fine. It depends on your course. As long as it can provide an explanation why the answer is wrong or right. Simple as that. Okay. Okay. You see, this is very interesting, guys. This is very interesting. Okay, for example, this is a question, even though this one looks like a console, but for example, if you choose, then it must say correct. If it's wrong, it must say wrong, then give explanation. Why it's wrong, right? So continue using the list of dictionary before. Okay, this one I said, you want your system to be more responsive, so you are going to train your system, right? So that it recognize what identify keywords in users input to cyber. So on. If you say task, for example, must be able to say, okay, this guy's talking about tasks. It can list all the tasks that are there, or take you to that system. If you say quiz questions, then it can take you to that mini game and so on. If you want to be more advanced. Okay. I've already explained. Okay.
I mean, after 4 goals, I mean, you relax.
Guys, we know how to submit, ne? So submission, your project must be saved. Make sure that see there's a question. Okay, Mr. Loaz, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance. Let me just explain.
So you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Mr. Rulani.
Even come back.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Football 101.
If you say something, Mr. Loaz, it's fine.
Yes, I was going to say, Mr. Rulani, can those that haven't muted their mouth, so can you please mute them so that we can listen to Mr. Shibiti only, so that other student can understand the content. Please, guys, let's not. Make noise. Thank you very much.
Submission, the way you used to submit all the projects, you set your project, make sure your project is pushed to GitHub, and you also have your CI, right? So your CI, you can just do some scripts, then you use them together in your project. Guys, don't create a video, then you upload your video. Create a video, you upload it in your YouTube, then you send the link as a comment. Don't hide your link, guys. There are those who lost marks because they've hidden their links. If you don't see your link, you put it in the folder somewhere. Because of time and so on, you miss it. So make sure your YouTube link is where we can see. If you create a file, also make sure that the link is there as a comment, because it's easy for us to see and click it and see if you
It's what
have done the video. Right? So yes, it's good to put in the Microsoft Word, but it's easy for us to see if it's there. It's like when you do a GitHub link and so. Okay. You can ask the question, Mr. Sabeli.
And I agree, you will just go straight.
Put your name.
You
You can ask the
So
question.
am I possible to can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Firstly, sir, there's like a background noises.
Come again.
Second of all, I want to ask, is that background noises?
I can hear you clearly. Mr. Lazi, can you hear the student?
I was saying, sir, there's background.
We can't hear anything.
Sorry,
2 marks gonna get released for part 2.
Mr.
Come again, Sabeli.
Sorry,
I
Mr.
mean, yeah, we
Shiviti.
can't hear anything. We can't hear anything. Yeah, come on.
Mr. Shiviti.
There is background noise, sir. Kuyarasa lapho khona, sir, so we cannot hear clearly. Mr. Shiviti, sir. Two.
Oh, okay, guys. Can we just give Mr. Shiviti a few minutes? I think Mr. Shiviti is in an environment that is having a background noise. Yeah, probably in a minute or two, he can continue.
Guys,
Thank
it's
you.
not me who's making noise, it's Mr. Kulan. So, guys, it's fine. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better now. You can continue, Mr. Shiviti. Thank you.
Oh, okay. But the last thing that I need to talk about is just a rubric. I'll be quick for part 3, right? Guys, if you submit correct, you get 5 marks. Just for correct submission, you have a README file and so on. You get your 5 marks there, and your GitHub and release good text. If your GitHub link is there and we can open it, you can invite us if it's private. You get your 10 marks. Then the task is there. If the task is there, you get your marks. 15 marks. Don't forget this one comes with a database, which is another 15 marks, meaning task and the database, if it's there, it's 30 marks. So if you only have tasks with no database, will only get.
Sorry, you're muted.
Okay. So I said, guys, task 80 marks with a database. If there's no database, we only get 15 marks, right? Then if you gain 15 marks, make sure it's there. NLP will show you. If we don't finish today, guys, we'll set another day, maybe Wednesday, so that of course we can't do everything in one day. NLP, then 10 marks, and then activity log. If you have a history page, then 10 marks for that. And then if all your parts are working, if the voice can play, you can see the logo, and even whatever was needed for part 2 and part 3, if they are all working, you get 10 marks for that. So video presentation, it's 10 marks just for you to provide the link, and when we click it, it's clickable. And we can see the video and we can see your presentation. Does not have to be long, as long as you demonstrate, you can be quick, explain your classes, you explain your code. You don't have to go line by line. You can just say, okay, I have a list to do this, then you run your project. You get your 10 marks for that. If you don't have a GitHub, 5% is gone. You can't get your time if you don't have GitHub, because you've been doing GitHub from last day. Is there any question? You have power. Is there anyone with a question? In an absence of a question, I'll stop here. I'll stop sharing. Mr. Luaziz.
At some point when we are marking as lectures, we fail to access their rubric, and then only to find out even the video links and everything is zipped in one folder. So us not being able to access it, it makes us difficult to mark the student. Thank you.
I believe you meant GitHub, ne?
A
Is it
GitHub
GitHub?
link. Yeah, GitHub link.
GitHub. Okay, guys, what it's saying is make sure that your GitHub repo is public, ne? It's public. And if it's public, ne, make sure that you don't share your username, right? No one must know your username. Because you know people are they can download their work and submit your work, right? So if it's private, make sure you send an invite. Some of your invites they expire. Make sure that you make them not to expire in 14 days or 15 days, so that if we want to access them, or maybe we did not accept your invite, you can still accept your invite, then we access your code if they are private, right? So if they are public, don't share your username. Don't trust your friend, eh? Okay, Spiso.
Sir, will we have to create another repository, or we can continue with the ones we use for part 2?
You can continue, but you will just say the first commit, you say pattern, eh? If
Okay,
you
sir.
make changes, say pattern, then you put your commits from there. Then make sure your commits are minimum is 6, ne? Can't be less than that. Okay, I think I've shared everything that I needed to share. I don't know what's going on here, but I can't see my visual machine. I wanted to show you something, but it's fine. Let me not waste a lot of time, because we're already on 1 hour now. Guys, this is what is going to happen. We're going to have a practical lesson. Make sure that you engage, because this is online, right? If no noise, make sure your mic is muted. If you have a question, you raise the hand, then we'll recognize you, right? And then if you have a chance on your side, you can also be coding, because it's going to be hard for you to go and watch the video and then you follow. Make sure you are coding. If you have a question, you don't understand something, you raise your hand, to recognize you, then you can ask the question. Don't just open the mic and you start talking. Let's hope the rules are clear. I will hand over to Smith Owen here.
Yeah, I'm going, listen.
Mr. Owen, you can take over. These students, I believe everyone knows how to create a project. We're not going to show you how to create a project. You already know. We're just going to show you what is it that we're going to show you basics. We're not saying what we're going to show you. It's everything that you need for you to complete class 3. You guys can research, then you add more. Let me say you enhance on what will be shown you here. You improve what we are going to show you here. Right? So first, here we're just teaching you the language, the basic, how to set, how to create the date picker and so on. Right? So it means you guys, you can advance whatever features that we're going to show you. If you give us what we did in class, that's not be enough for you to grant you a total and so on. Right? Yeah. I think I'm done. Mr. Owen, it's 9:59. I'm not sure how long you need to complete whatever you want. I will be around if there's a need for me to intervene, then I'll intervene. Okay, thank you guys. If you don't have any question for me, then Mr. Lwazi, I'll hand over to. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me, guys? Am I audible on your side? Yes. Okay, so now I think we'll hand over to Mr. Owen on the practical format side of the part 3. So guys, can you please listen to everything that will make sure that we explain here the background noise, as Shiviti said. Can you please minimize that, and yeah, everything will go well. So can you please just not copy and paste everything? You can just add there and there so that you learn something from what we're trying to share with you. Thank you very much, guys. We'll hand over to Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Morning, everyone.
Morning, Mania.
So we already know the rules, right? We do whatever we have to do, but you'll be participating. So I'll be asking questions, and you'll also be answering those questions. So most of the things will be based on what we have done so far. And also, don't allow me to proceed if you have any query or maybe you don't understand anything. And I believe that you guys have done commands or SQL queries on database module. You have done that, right? I think it's on the last week where you're introduced to SQL management. You have used this studio. Group 3, they were using it, and then group 2 and 1 and and 4 and 15, I'm not sure because I'm not their tutor. But with group 3, I have seen Mr. Tepo doing the queries with them. They were using SQL Server Management. So I'm asking, are you guys familiar with that? Because first thing first that I want you guys to work on is the task whereby you have to work with the database. So let's manage to do that one of the tasks today, and then you go and work on it. Because that's the only new thing that you guys will be doing. The quiz and also the activity log, there is something that you're already familiar with. It's something that will be working with arrays or with lists or anything that you prefer to store information. And also with the machine learning based on the NLP, that one, we only going to make some few changes on how it is responding to the user. Because right now, what it's doing is this: it can recognize certain words, right? It doesn't matter how the user put the question, but at the end of the day, it returns the answer. So also with NLP, it was going to help you with that. But since we have done it already, we're just going to make use of the NLP. So we're just going to implement it there. And I guess this can be like the last thing because it's very simple. By the time it runs, we train the AI, and then once we have trained the AI, by the time the user chat with it, it already have information and also learn from the user. Any question that the user asks, it will be learning from that. So it will be based on is it positive or negative. And then if it's negative, it will know this one is not a good question, and also this one is a good question. But back to my question. You guys, you have used SQL Server Management, right? You write queries like select all from, delete, update. Read. I'm asking.
No, Mania.
You have not.
Not group 2.
No,
Not group 2.
no group 2. Okay. I'm going to open a studio. Ne? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Mania.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so we can hear.
yeah. So this is something that you guys were supposed to use on the last few weeks, and also next semester I think you'll be introduced to like practical based on this. So this is the studio that you'll be using. But if you have not used it yet, I'll just skip it. But if there is someone who'll be interested to use this, okay, it will be fine for them to use it. Ne? It will be fine for them to use it. So with this studio, what happens is this. Immediately when you run it, ne, or when you open it, it will ask you for the login details. Like the server, you see, as you can see here, like the server name, authentication. I leave it as a Windows authentication because if you say it's another authentication or ask you for password and you don't know the password. So you leave it as a Windows authentication, and we use the same logins details that you are using when you open your laptop. Maybe switch it off and then you switch it on if you have password and other stuff. It will automatically use that. So what is using here based on the connection string? They are called instances. Ne? So the instances, most of the time, when you switch on your laptop, they also run. Ne? So they act as a server in your machine. So your machine is a local host, as you can see it there. But enough with that one. Let me take you straight from the beginning of how this works. So we won't use the SQL Server Management. We just use the studio as it is, since you guys don't know about it. So I don't have any nodes right now, so I'll just use this one. So as you can see here, installing the SQL Server Management. So this is something that we will not do, but we will do it next semester when we come back based on like doing practicals on this. And also by the time you work with queries on your database module. So installing the SQL Server Experience, it comes with the VS. Since you have found VS installed on your machine, if you found VS installed on your machine, also this one is there. There is no way it's not there. It is there. So I was muted. I don't know why. So by the time you were installing, or maybe you're using your personal machine, I will show you how to check if this thing is there. So you guys found it there, and most of the time when it asks for updates, you might find out it was also installing this thing, which is what SQL Server Experience. So here, as you can see, install local DB to run SQL Server without complex setup. You see, because most of the time, if you want to run what the queries or the commands based on what the SQL Server Management, you have to have the studio. But you can also run it without the studio using what commands. So we will also check if it is installed or not using the commands. And then going forward to step number 3, this is when you want to use a graphic user interface if you don't prefer using what the commands. Because most of the people, yes, they don't prefer commands. They prefer what user interface. And then here, as you can see, based on the example, it provides what? It provides a GUI to manage database and run queries. Yeah. And then going forward, as you can see, on step number 4. Step number 4, it's all about confirming, do we have it or not? Yeah. So this is something that you'll be also doing, yeah? If we have it or not. But most of the people on group 3, they had it. So what you would do is this. You would just go to your search bar on the taskbar there. You will type command. So it will pop up command prompt. Yeah? It doesn't matter if you run it as admin or not. It will still work. Because this is not going to make any changes on your machine. And again, I repeat, only do this on your lab. Né? Only do this on your lab. If you have what the VS on your personal machine, also do it there. But if you know you don't have the VS at all, please don't do it. It's either you install the VS first and then you do it. So what you're gonna do after opening the command prompt is this. You're gonna type SQL local DB as one word, and then you put a space after, and then you say info. It means you want to get information about the instances that it has. So every instance that you create here, and this is based on like, okay, if I create an instance to host about like maybe school projects, it will be working with school projects. So every instance contains a database, which is the same thing that I've been telling you. Once you create a class will contain what methods, right? And also once you create maybe chat class, it will have the namespace contain classes, the classes contains what? Method contains what? The code that is what? Executable. So this is the same thing with what the instance is. Once you switch on your machine, they start running. That is why most of the time you'll notice this by the time we're done with this. You will switch off your machine. When you switch it on again, you no longer go to the command and say start, or maybe you run SQL local DB info. You just run your project, and then your project will be working nice. And which is also something that I would suggest we use one table so that it doesn't give say a problem by the time they're running your project. So I'll give you a query for the table, I'll give you a query for what? For the instance. So here, what you're gonna type is SQL local DB, which is one word. It means you wanna communicate with what? SQL experience. So after typing SQL local DB info, and then it'll give you all the list of the instances that you have. But here, look. So now look here. This one, which is the first one, for the management system for what MS SQL local DB. This is the default one. We find it there. We don't create that one, but the other ones are the one that we create. And also, it might happen that you find also the project models, which is a default one too. But the first one that I have highlighted here, this is the one that you'll find. So we are going to use this one, all of us. Né? We're going to use this one, all of us, unless otherwise it's not working. It's when now on your README file, you also specify the instance that I found, or the instance that there is a default one is not working at all. Because without the instance, we'll never be able to connect to our database. So now, look, we will create our own instance just to do what, just to test and do other stuff. I believe you guys have already written database test, right? Which is the exam, sorry. Did you write the exam for database?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Oh, okay. So look, we won't touch this one because if it happens that the last question or the question there, it wants you to do queries, and then you have to connect to this one. You guys have been connecting to this one, or you guys will connect to this one. So we will leave it as it is for now, and then we'll create another instance. On the instance that we're gonna create, you guys will replace that name of the instance with this one by the time you submit. Or after you're done with database exam, please, you just use this one. Reason is because I don't want you to create databases inside this one, and I don't want you to be creating tables in this one, because it might happen that it confuses you. confuse you on the what is it, the exam. And now, since we have confirmed that, okay, the SQL Server Experience is there and it's working, I can move to another one. So here, creating and managing local DB instances. A local DB instance is created using SQL local DB create. Each instance can hold multiple databases, isolated from other instances. So as I told you, the instances that are responsible for what containing database, you can create as many as you want. But the thing is this, if you create an instance, if you create a database inside an instance, which is called maybe testing, and then you want to connect to that database, but now you change the name of the instance, you say maybe test, it won't work. The instance and also must match with what it contains. Same thing with programming. We call what we have. If you don't have it, you can't call it. And then we have create here. So the create is the one that we're gonna use. I believe you guys have went through what is it? The types. We have data definition, and also we have manipulation. If you don't know, please go and do research based on that, because it will take us long if I have to go through that. So right now we're just gonna create what? We're just gonna create an instance, and after creating an instance, I'm gonna show you how we connect. So since I told you to communicate with the SQL Server Experience, you have to start with the SQL local DB. And there is that thing of maybe you type SQL local DB info and then you press enter and then it says doesn't recognize the command. It means you don't have it at all. But if you have it, it will pop up It will pop up this instance alone. If you have never done this, it will pop up only this instance. Yeah. But if you don't have it at all, it will just tell you that doesn't recognize the command that you typed. So here I'm gonna type SQL local DB and then space create. Here it's up to you if you put it inside the double quotations or not. So if I don't put it inside the double quotations, it will still work. It will still work. Yeah? And then here I'll just say task underscore demo. But here is the thing, as I told you that you have to use this one. So it means on the connection, when you're about to submit, you'll go and use what and put this name. You will replace task underscore demo with this name, since you'll be using this video or this code as what? As a guide. After typing that, then you press what? You press enter. For some of you, it will take time. For some of you, it will not. Once it is successful, it will show you the version number of what SQL Server Experience or the SQL Server Management that you are using or have installed. So that's what it will do. So I have pressed enter. I have pressed enter. So as you can see here, I missed this, which is SQL local DB. And then I've pressed enter. As you can see here, it is still creating the local instance. So once it is done, it will tell you that it is successful or not. And we already know we have about Thomas. Please don't be Thomas on this. You can't recreate an instance. If you have an instance which is task underscore demo, you can't create it twice. So first thing first that you have to do, type down SQL local DB info, and then we'll give you the list of the instances that you have. And going forward, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna create the instance if you don't have the instance that you were looking for. And then again, in order for you to do to confirm is it done or not, it'll give you It will give you the response under the command that you have typed. So here we have local DB instance task. You see, it puts double quotations. That is why I said it's either you put the name inside the double quotations or not, but it will still work. Back there, it was not working. As you can see, developers now are thinking like users, because users such as us, we are very stubborn. We just type anyhow we want. And then it said created with a version which is 17. Some of you will be having 15.0. It's not a problem if it's not the latest. And then now going forward, before you do anything else, okay, there is high possibility will just say task is created, which is, sorry, the instance is created, task underscore demo, but it's not there on the list. That is why most of the time you realize, okay, you created a database, but the database that you have created, you're trying to connect to it. You can find it on the what? On the panel, which is maybe the cPanel or maybe phpMyAdmin or maybe SQL Server Management. You can find it there, but by the time you connect with the project, it can't be found. So such things, you have to confirm them by what? Retyping SQL local DB info. Again, to see what the list of the instances, will it be listed since you have what the other instances? So with you, I believe you'll be having this one, which is what the default one. So here, once you type SQL local DB and then info again, you press enter. Now check the list. Is it there? Task underscore demo. Yes, it is there. It means now you have successfully created what? Your instance. And by having this instance, you also have what? The connection string. Now this instance, only thing that is missing from it, that is the database. So once we have the database, it means we'll be ready to do it, to connect to it. And once we have what? The connection, now what will be left is the table. And we already know table must have what? Columns. So since we're dealing with task, it means by the time the user say add the task, and then it will just say, okay, now I'm adding a task. Would you like a reminder? And then the user will say, yes, I would like a reminder. Remind me in 5 days. How are you going to get what? The date based on the number of the 5 days. That's one of what? The examples that we're gonna do. Any question with the instance?
No, sir.
Oh, all good.
Able.
Eva, don't be afraid. You cry alone here. Since we say we are all good, it's fine.
Menier,
Away?
is the task the instance our connection string?
Yeah, the instance will be part of a connection string. So every time, listen, every time you switch on your PC, né, or your laptop, it also runs automatically. Remember, I'm sure you have realized this. There is that thing of like you switch on your laptop, né, and then there's some apps whereby there were startup apps. You know, they just pop up and stop. So also with the instances, the problem, or maybe the nice thing about it, is that it doesn't pop up. Just wait for you as a developer to do it, to do connections, and then it connects successfully. So it's like a server. Once they say the server is down, it means the instance is down.
I understand now.
Well. Anyone else? Hey, Zokalu one. All right, perfect. What it is? So what I'm gonna do is this. I will not work on the last project that we were doing, which is where we combined everything, whereby it was interacting with the user, it was design, it was fine. Nah. Your job now is for you to go and combine everything that we'll be doing. I'll just create a project for the task after creating the project for it. And then I'll also explain to you how you're gonna combine it. Since we know the framework that we are using, guys, you see the framework that you are using, you're not advanced, you're a beginner, right? You will use the WPF app, open bracket, .NET framework, close bracket. This is the one, this is the template that you are using. If you use the other template, which is WPF application, please, just pray you have done the right thing. I repeat, the template that you're using is the WPF app, open bracket, .NET framework, and then close bracket. Not the one which is WPF application. If you use the WPF application one, the things that we're gonna do here on the Net Framework one, it will require you to install what packages, and you don't know how to install packages or to work around packages. It's gonna give you a problem. You realize that here I will be importing something, and also you import something using this one, the WPF application. It gives you an error, and you won't know how to solve it. You go to ChatGPT and make things worse. You submit a code which is not working or running. So please, let's use what the one that have what Net Framework. So this is just the name for now. So since you know what you can do also on your side, you can create a project, even if it's not now, but by the time you're just doing a follow-up, and then you practice. Once you realize, okay, everything is fine, and then it's now when you open what the part 2 project, and then you continue to implement part 3 fixtures that are required. Because if you practice on part 2, you find yourself making more errors, removing code that doesn't need to be removed, and other stuff. Another thing is that you still have to be careful about the calibration. Also here on the framework, please don't change it, leave it as it is. If the default one is maybe 4.8, 4.7, leave it as it is. Don't change it. You can still see the screen, right?
Yeah, boss.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, we are very familiar with this one, right? Yeah, don't worry. Even here on the online, we're gonna fight. Here, I'll need answers on the design and also on what the backend, on the C# code. And also, as I said before, this is not yours, which is what the summary comments. So based on the comments, you already know what we have to comment. Based on the calibrations, you have to comment on the opening and also the closing. Unless you want to play the hero part, because you will unhero you same time. So it means whatever happens inside the constructor must never go outside this one, which is the end of. And whatever you want to set as a global variable must also be what? Not outside this one. Or any method that you get to create must never be outside what? The end of. And also here, if you want to put like a global variable here, must never be what? On top or below the start of the namespace. I have explained that before. But here is the thing. Since we have created our instance, we have to create what? A database for it, right? As I said before. In order for us to have what? A connection string, which will help us to connect with our app. We must have what? The instance. After the instance, we must be able to have what? To have the database. But if we don't have any of these, or one is missing, we don't have what? The connection string. It means whatever we are doing, we just play. Whatever we are doing, we are just playing. So now, this is what you're going to do. You see at the top there, at the top you have options, file, edit, view, and git. You're gonna click on the view one. When you click on the view, you see the options, which is Solution Explorer, which is something that I have shown, you already, whereby I said if the Solution Explorer is not showing on the side, you have to click on what? On the view. After view, you have to select Solution Explorer, and then it will show on this other side. Okay, perfect with that. You don't need that right now. So now going forward, as I said, click on the view. Once you click on the view, you will go to what? You will go to SQL Server Object Explorer. That's the one that you are looking for. That's the one you are looking for. You click view. After clicking view, you're gonna go for what? SQL Server Object Explorer. Even if you go to YouTube, you go to Hello My Friend, please make sure you do what I'm telling you here. Unless you wanna suffer alone. So you would click view. After clicking view, you're gonna click on what? SQL Server Object Explorer. And then once you click on that one, on this other side, now it will show you what? It will show you the list of whatever instances that you have. But if it doesn't show you that instance, it means now you have to do what? You have to connect to it. Okay? So now look, I have what? The data connection. I have servers. You're gonna expand on the servers. Based on the servers, this is what I have. Based on the server, this is what I have. Né? As you can see, there is no list of what? An instance. There is no list of what? Instance at all. The instances that I created, they're not there, but there is a server, which is what? My PC. So as I told you, your machine is acting as a server. So every time you switch it on, it's acting what? As a server. So now, as you can see at the top, I have a refresh what? Icon. Eh? After the refresh icon, I have another, again, a database and with the plugs, which is what? The icon. So that one is to connect to the database. Ne? So far, we don't have any database, me and you. I have connect to a server. This is when I don't find a server here. Since we didn't create any server, we don't touch it. And then on the third one, as you can see here, it says what? Add SQL server, which is what? The server icon with the plus green icon. Ne? Okay, perfect. And then here I have what? The add SharePoint connection. We're not there, me and you. But on the last one, as you can see, whereby it says what? SQL Server Object Explorer. You're going to click on that one. Once you click on that one, it will take you to where? Once you click on that one, it will take you to where you have the list of what? All the instances. They are under which server? The server is this one, which is what? The name of my PC. Same thing with you. By the time you create them, you will see that, okay, the server is this one and this one and this one and this one. Unless you have different users on your laptop, yes, they will be different. And also show you the vision that you use creating your instance. So here, as you can see, I have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 instances running. But you'll be having what? 1. It will show 1 by the time you go to this one, which is what the default one that I told you about. Or it happens that you also have the project module one. You don't create this one, you find it there most of the time. So it means you'll be having what? 2 of them. But how do you make sure that the recent one that you just created from the command, which is what? Task underscore what? Task underscore demo, which is this one, is not here. How do you make sure that it is there? Okay, now we have to connect to it. So what you're gonna do is this. As you can see, there is what? The server icon, close to what? To the refresh icon there. There is what? A server icon with a green what? Green icon. So you're gonna click on that one. When you click on it, it's gonna do what? It's gonna show you a pop-up. Né? So with this pop-up, it's gonna allow you to select the instance that you wanna connect to. So as you can see here, this is the pop-up. The last one that I connected to was this one, which is test. So here you have what? The local and also the network and also the Azure and also what? Fabric. So now, since we're not working with any online connection, but local one, is this one that you're gonna do what? You're gonna expand, which is the first one there. So this is under what? The browse, né? And then you're gonna look for the instance that you just recently created, which is what? Task underscore demo. And then once you click on it, it will also what? Fill the server name. It's gonna replace the one that was there with what? With the new one that you have selected. And then after doing that, you don't select anything based on the Windows what authentication. This is the same thing that I showed you from the SQL Server Management Studio that I opened, that it will require you to fill in some information. Eh? So now, after putting the server name or selecting the server name, it will ask you for the authentication. On the authentication, you leave it as it is, please. Hey, I repeat, you leave it as it is. You don't change anything here. As you can see here, the username, it will be using what? My username there. Based on the password, do I have a password? Doesn't give me a password. It means there is no password. It will connect automatically without requiring what? A password. And then encryption part, you see, it's up to me if I want it or not. Trust server certificate, please don't put this. Né? Leave it as it is. If you put this, and might happen that by the time you submit to send, they don't match or nothing is like aligning, I will refuse to connect. So at this point, please don't be too much. After confirming everything here, as I said, you don't change anything beside what? The connection string that you're gonna select there. You're gonna click on what? Connect. If you click connect and then it pop up an error of the connection string is broken, what you can do is this. Don't restart your laptop. Just switch it off and switch it on again. I repeat on this one. If you click on connect, then it pops up a message whereby it says the connection string is broken and what. Please switch it off. Don't restart it. Switch it off completely and then switch it on again. There's a thing of like maybe it says it is refusing to connect. It can't reach what. You see? But the instance was created successfully. Please switch it off. Don't restart the laptop. Switch it off and then switch it on again and try to connect again. Then it will work. Any question how we connect? I'm asking, any question how we add this instance to Server Explorer?
Hayi kwamanje si-right sir.
Are you guys sure?
Yebo sir. Wait sir, I have a question. So after you created you linked a database with your
project, there was a part where it said password. Is it optional for us to add the password, or should we just leave it with no
Leave it with
password?
no password. Right now, leave it with no
Okay.
password. So you will use the password by the time you use, what is it, Azure as a server, as a host. You'll be storing information online. So that's when you can use the password. But for now, because it's local and also we just want to make sure it aligns with says what personal machine, you can't set a password. Because remember, if it happens that you set a password and your classmate they didn't set a password, do you think yours will work? No, it will refuse to connect. It will say you are trying to connect to what an instance that doesn't have what a password, that doesn't require what a password. You see. But if I said set a password, ne? And then we set the same password, and you decide to not set a password, it will also refuse to connect. It will say you're trying to connect to an instance that requires a password, and you're not using what a password. Oh, fine.
Yes, sir.
Are we sure?
It will.
Okay.
Wait, sir. So, since we're using the what do you call it, the data is going to be stored on our local devices. Does that mean, like, for instance, if I added a change on my side, whenever ma'am runs it, it will start out fresh and then it will store whatever information ma'am what do you call it, prompted the system on her device. It won't necessarily be like real time mega cloud big storage sharing. The what do you call it, the data will be stored on whoever uses the application's device.
Oh yeah. So what's happened is this. So it's a local one, local DB. So it's a local database. So with your machine, you can just, it's same thing with, you see, most of the time we have apps whereby they say let's add our task for reminder. It's only on your machine. Someone else, they can't find it. You see those things. So it's the same thing with yours. Whatever you get to store here when you run your application based on the task, it's something that ma'am on the side or maybe say on his side, you will not get them. You only get what you have stored also. Nice thing about this is this. If you capture something today, you can also come back next year and still find it. If it didn't change the windows. But if you run the project from another machine, you can't get what you have stored. So it's local.
Yeah. What if, let's say, because some of this servers, so you created a password, and then let's say you forget the password, does it then lock you out?
It means you have to create another instance.
So you can't access the software.
If you create, you put a password on it, just create another one, another instance. Did you put a password?
It was the one that we were doing in database. Yeah, that one I put a password, so I can't remember the password.
I don't know what to say. Congratulations. Just create another instance. After creating another instance, you're gonna put it on the README file. Ne? See when you submit, put it in the README file to specify that, okay, this is the instance that you are using. So Sir can also create that instance. So things can align. But make sure on the new instance you don't put the password. Ne?
Yes, sir.
Okay, once you have done the connection, you will see it on the list of what the instances that you have created. Ne? You're gonna locate the instance that you created, or you're gonna locate the instance that is a default one. which is what the first one they're showing. But since we are working with the task underscore demo, me and you is the one that we're gonna do that. We're gonna right click on. You're gonna right click on that instance. Once you have right click on the instance, you will see there is what the data one, which is the first option. You have application debugging, you have allow SQL, and also what control debugging. And also there you have disconnect, delete instance, rename, refresh, properties. But here you have what new query. So this is where you'll be writing the queries. You're gonna click on that one, the new query one. You right click on the instance. Once you right click on the instance, you're gonna select an option which is what new query. Okay, now this is the same thing that you get from the SQL Server management. Hence I said, okay, there will be no need to use it. Since you guys were not introduced to it, there's no need to use it. We can just use our studio here. So you'll be coding and also working with your backend on the other side. All right. So now, this is where you'll be writing the queries. I'm sure it's not the first time you hear about the queries, yeah? Such as select, delete, update, drop. There's so many of them. There are so many things that you can do here. Actually. But now, once you say, okay, new query, it will come with what default details. Yeah? We already know things come with default stuff. But here, as you can see with this one at the top there, here we have the green play button. Eh? This is to execute. So I'll explain to you how do we execute or how do we run our queries or commands that we'll be writing. And then also here, as you can see, where it's written what master. So with the master one, this is what happens. It's a default one that it has selected, but you also have what the other databases, the module, and also the MSDB, and also the temp.db. Né? So with this one, we'll also get to explain next semester. When you open, we'll go in details with it, such as when you delete information, where does it go and other stuff. Né? So now we don't want the master one. We want the one that me and you gonna create. Né? First thing first that you're gonna do there, you're gonna create a database. Né? After creating a database, you're gonna create what? A table. After creating a table is when now you can work on your project. So first thing first, the password again for StudyPlug website. Now I remove the user. So now, what we're gonna do is this. Same thing with database. You have to put comments, né? So here I'll just say, okay, creating what? A database called Proctors. So this is when you comment. You use what? 2 sign. And then you put the comment after. You can also put 2 sign at the end to show that this is the end of the comment, if you want to. But please, let's not be Thomas and find yourself using other stuff that are not required to use. As you can see, when I put one, it gives me an error, which is the same thing that I told you about when we're designing how you put the comments. Don't decorate, or don't even try to decorate it. And then now, going forward. Oh, sorry, before we go forward, we all understand how we get to click on the option of new query, new query, right? I'm asking.
Yes, so do we have to use terminal to create the instance? Or is there another way?
You do what?
Use the terminal.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to. Unless you want to use the default one, then you won't have to create a new one. You just go and connect.
No.
But since I don't want you to mess up the default one, because you still have to write the exam. You see, if you create databases there and on the exam, you see, start giving you errors, it won't be nice. So let's not touch that one of the default one because I know that's the one that you're gonna use. Né? And then we create our own instance and then we work on it. We make mistakes, you fix them. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm asking, do we know how to get the option of new query?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, as we said, we know how to connect, right? How to add the instance to the SQL server, right? Which is this option here. You still remember what we did? We click here on the icon of the server icon and the plus green icon. We click there and I said, since we have created an instance from the command, which is this one, task underscore demo, how do you get to find it here? You're going to click on what? Expand on the local. Once you expand on the local, you're going to check on the list. Which one did you create? Task under what? I believe all of you can see my screen, right?
Yes,
Which one do you
sir.
select here?
Task under demo.
Underscore demo.
Task underscore demo, right? You're gonna click on it. Once you click on it, it's gonna do what? Put the connection here, né? To what? To the instance. But now here is the thing. Based on the authentication, I said don't change anything on the authentication, right? Leave it as what? As it is. And then based on the username, I said, do we change it? And then the
No.
password, do we put the password?
No.
And then the database name, do we have a database? We don't have a database. And still we don't have a database. Do you select the database name or you leave it as a default? And then on the encryption type, did I say we change it?
No.
Thank you very much. And then the trust server certificate, I said, also don't do what?
Do not see.
Thank you. And then you click what after that? And then you click
Connect.
connect. And it will connect successfully. It will be added to the list of the instances that you have. But now you have to locate it. As I say, if you have to locate it, you're gonna locate it, which is this one here. As you can see, it's blue there, right? So since now it's added to the list, you have to right click on it. When you right click on it, it's gonna give you an option of new query. Beside the other options, as you can see here, it says delete instance. This is when you no longer want the instance. But make sure that when you delete the instance, you know it's gonna delete what the database is. It goes down with the databases that it has. And also you can disconnect if you want to disconnect. But now, since you want to write query to this instance, you're gonna click on what?
New query.
And when you click on new query, this is what it's gonna give you. Which is the very same thing that I was explaining that time. Let me close this one and save. Which is the very same thing that I was explaining that time. There is a green what? A green button. The green button is responsible to run the queries of the commands that you write here on this playground. And also, how do you run them? I said I will explain by the time we write queries and then we want to run them. You don't run all of them at the same time. You find out there is create, drop, you see all those things. So now, again, I said what? There is master. Master is a default what database that will be selected. It's already there. But I said when you click on the drop down there, you have what list of the databases. And I said, what will we do next semester when we open? I'm asking.
Yes, I don't remember.
I said I will explain each and every database that you find there. such as when you delete information, where does it go? You see such things. But since we don't want to use any of these databases, we have to create what? Our own database. For the instance that we right clicked on, which is task underscore what demo. You get it now?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
My sisters, high five.
Gobi, say Gobi.
Okay. Okay, and I said when we comment, what do we use?
The dash thing,
Huh?
sir.
In database,
They're
I
dash
think they
name.
use the two
the
dash.
two dashes. So here with the comment, I'm saying I'm creating what? A database called what? Prog underscore task, right? So what's gonna happen is this. You can start with what? With your two minus sign, and then you can end with them to show that this is where you terminating or this is where you ending what the comment. And then under 8, né? Under 8, it's where you're gonna write what? Where you're gonna write the command or the query to create what? To create the database. Another thing is this. I said don't decorate. You guys love to decorate. If I say two minus sign indeed. Don't decorate, don't add more. Because if you put one there, what's gonna happen is this, it's gonna give you an error. So make sure they're always what? 2. And then now you're gonna write your query, né? Just gonna specify. Create what? You must specify there, you must indicate this is what you're creating. I'm creating a database. Né? After specifying, okay, creating a database, what is the name of the database again?
It's the same name as like the project.
Huh? That's not the answer. Why did I write the comments if I want you to say the same name with the project?
It's project prog tasks. My bad.
Prog task. It means like this.
With an underscore.
Thank you. I want you guys to remember this name because we're gonna make use of it. I'm gonna end the statement with what? With a semicolon. We already know in programming, right? If you don't put this, it's try. Doesn't matter how you run the project, but yes, it's try. You're gonna start all over. So now I have written what? A command or the query whereby it says create database prog underscore task. So now, how do I run it? How do I run a certain query that I have created? Now, another thing that you have to be careful with is this. How does the query start? The query will start with what? With what it defines or with what it manipulates. Né? We have select, we have create. So you will see by the creator means you're going to highlight from create and then you're going to look for a semicolon. This is where the semicolon is, right? And then you're going to stop there. Doesn't matter if you have other commands under it, but if it stops here, you're going to stop here. If you want to to run that query, unless you want to run all of them, to run all of them, just click the button, execute. But if you want to run a specific command or the specific query, you're going to do it, you're going to highlight that query. And then after highlighting, you're going to do it, you're going to click on what? Execute, which is the green button that I told you about. How did I say we run the query? I'm asking.
Select.
We highlight the query, sir.
You highlight the query.
Yes. From the start until the semicolon, and then we press the green button to execute.
And then again, the green button is not this one, which is what they start and also they run without debugging. It's this one here, as you can see, where I'm pointing, which is this one here. Execute and execute with what? Debug. So I'm going to highlight this query, and then I'm going to run it. As you can see here, it says what? Commands complete successful. So it means it was successful. But now, look, it's not using that database. As you can see here, when I drop down here, the database will also be part of what? The list, which is one here. Prog_task. If you don't want to write the query, you can just click here on the drop down where there is master, and then you're going to select what? You're going to select the database. But if you want to write a command or a query, this is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to do. So we just put a comment there. Nice thing about this is that it will be popping up. If you type something which is related to what it finds based on the library, it will pop it up. Same thing with programming. When you type in maybe you call in a variable, it pops up the variable. So don't insist to type if it's not popping anything. Just stop it and check and recheck if you have it. So here I'm going to say use. As you can see here, it's still saying what? Master. So as I told you, if you want to run a specific what query, you have to select that query. As you can see from this one, I'm saying what? Use. Use, it means this is the start, and then the end is what? By the semicolon. And then I'm gonna run it. As you can see here, it says what? Prog what? What does it say?
Task.
Not what?
Does not exist.
Does not exist. And then where is my mistake?
So can you repeat your question?
Where is my mistake?
So I don't see any mistakes here.
The
spaces,
square
meaning-
brackets. The square brackets.
Square brackets. Nah, man. You said something at first.
The spaces in between the square brackets.
Because if you read the error here, do you see how it's indicating? And I told you before that the space is a what? I said the space is a what? Space is a correct, né? Thank you. So now, as you can see, I removed the spaces and then it's what? Successful. Reason why I did that is because we have about Thomas, Makola Mubone. So don't go and decorate and put stuff. Another thing is this: if you don't want to use what the square brackets, this is what you can do. Just remove them, and then it can be still successful. So you see. But if you use the one of what the square brackets, please make sure the spaces are not there. Ne? The places whereby you can put the spaces and the places where you can't. I'll fine with this one.
Yes,
Oh,
man.
sure,
Yeah.
sure.
100.
I said not decoration, please. Don't decorate. And then going forward, we must have what? We must have a table. We must have a table. The table said we must add what and what and what. Sorry, the POA said we must add what and what there. I think there is what task name. After task name, there is what? Muketo.
So, sir, for every line that we create, we execute it.
Yeah, so as I said, you will see the end of what the query by what? By the semicolon. Eh? You will see
Okay.
the end of the query that you type. Doesn't matter, it can either be like in different lines, like this. But where does it end? You must see it by what?
Oh, okay.
Which is the same thing with when we have a method. You know that, okay, the opening curly brace can be at the top, but the closing curly brace can be what? At the bottom. Yeah,
At the
so it's the
bottom.
same thing with this one. How is it terminated? Just look for a semicolon. How does it start? Does it start with manipulation? Does it start with definition, which is what defining? So just make sure that you're very aware of that.
Thank you, Minier.
Okay, now going forward, we're still talking about what is it that needs to be collected. What do we need to collect?
Wouldn't it be like the users like inputs? So the user
The
data.
user data. Okay, fine. Users input. Okay, perfect. I understand that. But here is the thing. Same thing with how you accessing your information. Maybe in Rosebank. There is a ST number, right? ST number can go with your name, with your surname, with your ID. So far it means how many columns? Maybe there are 4 columns. ST, name, surname, ID. You see? But when they display to the user, which is you, they get everything from that table, from where they have stored. So now we must create our table. Our table must have columns. So you guys have never created a table.
Yes,
Nah. You've been doing UML diagrams. The entity is there.
on paper.
Yeah, on paper, but now it's time to implement it. With an entity, you can have like ID, right? Which is PK, primary key, right? After that, you can have again like name, surname. You see those things? Those things are columns there. We have all those things, cardinalities, and even with the relationships, you're gonna practice them here.
Oh, okay. But wait, Tina, when we're connecting, we use English, but here we're gonna have to be using SQL code, which we're not very familiar.
Okay, now cool. Okay, if I say let's create our entity, now let's create our entity. Our entity must have maybe 4 columns. What could be the columns based on the POA? What could be the columns there?
Task ID, task name.
Okay. You said task what? ID. And then
Task name.
task name.
Task description.
Task description. And then what?
Task due date.
Task due date. Okay. Is it done here? I'm asking. Remember, we're creating our entity, right? We have task ID, name, description, and due date.
Task priority.
Task priority. I mean, we are so many here. 90 something. Come on. They say that the task must be marked what? The user have to mark a task. What?
Complete or incomplete.
See, me, I saw everything by the time Mr. Shibiti was going through the POE. So it means the column that we're gonna have will be what? Obvious, we can't have the column as complete or incomplete, right?
Task status.
Task status. Perfect. Task underscore status. Okay. Believe. So far it's nice. So far it's good. So far you guys are cooking. Okay. We have how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 5? 5. Okay. Is there any column that need to be added? Musky.
It's fine, Mania. We can continue.
We can continue. But here is the thing. Our AI or our chatbot, it is designed to be used by different users. I'm sure when you log into different AIs, they still have your record. You can still find your information. But your friend, when they log into the AIs, they can't find your information, right? How does it fit us out? How does it work? It's either use.
Sir, can you repeat the question?
Our chatbot, which is the one that you design for part 2, it is designed to be used by different users, right?
Yes,
That is
sir.
why when it starts, the user have to enter the name so that it can reference the user using what? The name. And remember, we made something based on like, if the user is a returning user, it says welcome back, right? But if the user is the first time, what does it say? Hello? I'm good, how are you? Yeah. What is this all about? No, I'm good. Yeah. Hello? Sorry. Okay, now.
People are asleep, sir.
So tell me, how is your AI getting to know this is the returning user? It's say from the text file, right? Does it not?
Yes,
So it's
sir.
the same thing with the task here, based on the database. It must search. Okay, does the user that is using the AI right now or currently have task? And if the user doesn't have task, it means it will tell the user that you don't have task, right? Are people on lunch?
Balela bantu,
Kumele
sir.
bavume. I hear.
That's fine, sir. They'll cry alone.
Okay, let's continue. You add that by on your own. Okay, let's break it down. Okay, we have 5 columns, and this 5 columns is task ID, task name, description, then also task what, due date, and then status. So now, list of the columns. We have task ID, right? Task underscore ID. Which data type will this be?
Will it not be a string?
Oh my God. Which data type will this be? Say it, Mr. Loazi. Say it.
An
An
Union.
integer. You just say
An integer.
data type, it will be what? Int. And also increment. So now, in database, you'll be required to manually enter the ID. Né? But here, since you'll be dealing with users, you don't ask the user to enter their ID. There is high possibility of the user using your app without knowing their ID there. The ID have to be private. Né? It have to be something that cannot be exposed, because if someone knows the ID of the what of the user, there is that thing of like, okay, now I want to attempt to hack something, and yes, they will be successful. So the ID will have to be protected all the time, and the ID doesn't have to be known by the user, but you as a developer, yes. So if it happens, the reason why we say it will be auto incrementing is the same thing with maybe when we do our for loop, right? We know our for loop at the end there is that thing of like we add, let's say we're using I as a temporal variable.
Are you back, Mr.
Oh
Owen?
yeah. It was disconnecting this thing. It was
Oh, okay. You are back. Okay, it's fine.
that was disconnecting.
It's fine.
I was explaining this part, ne? The auto incrementing. It's the same thing with when we create our for loop, and then on a for loop we use a thing of like maybe you have a temporal variable which is I, and then you use I plus plus, ne? Or if I have to do it in full to show you, and then don't do this now. I'm just showing you the example of the incrementation part. Let's say we have our for loop here. Then we have our temporal variable inside it, which will be int. And then most of you use I, and then it will be equals to 0. But they have to count with what you have in the array. Then you close it, and then again now you have to do comparison, which will be what? I must always, as you can see here, the size of what? The size of the array. Let's say maybe you have task inside the array. And then based on this, then we count. And then you're gonna close it again. But now you wanna count. How are you going to count? You're gonna increment here. But if you don't do it, if you don't increment, if you don't use this, the counting, it will just count for one user, which will go at index 0 by the default. So with this increment, that means every new user that will be, every task that we're gonna add, it will start at ID number 1, and then the second one will be ID number 2, third one, and so on and so on and so on. So I will show you how does it add also. And then let's continue. And then now with this one, we said task what? Task name. Task name, the director will be what here? Task name. Oh my God. Okay, reason we say vouchers because it contains what? It contains. I thought you're gonna finish, yes? Because it contains letters. As you can see, there's name. Name, it means it's letters, right? So with this one, put the number of characters. So now inside the parentheses, we must know what we put. We put the number of what the characters that we must take. Or you can just say letters. And then number 3. Number 3, we have this one, task what description. What will be the data type for it? Data type for number 3, task description.
Variable character. The varchar menu.
Okay, and I said inside the parentheses, what do we put?
The number of letters.
Number of letters. If I say 30, it means it must accept 30. If I say 40, it must accept what? 40. If I say 100, it means it must accept what? 100. If you put something that is more than 100, it's going to give you an error. And then we have task, due date. What will be the data for this one? For this one, please. I don't want anyone getting an error or getting any other unfamiliar things. I would suggest that you use a function. It will be more easy for you to manage it since you're starting with this thing. Because you have to like have a session based on the data, how you collect it, how do you convert it, and all the other stuff. And then we have the task status. Task status, the data type will be what? I said you must mark it complete or what? Incomplete, right? What will be the data type?
Is it not a voucher menu?
Yeah, we can use a voucher. Okay, since we have a list of them, then it's fine. So now, based on our entity, we have defined everything based on the, what is it? Columns. So now it's time to create. So let's just create it. Then now we say, okay, create table. What am I creating? I'm creating a table. As you can see on the first one, we say create, but we're creating what? A database. But now we are saying create, but we're creating what? A table, as you can see. The table that we're creating will be under our prog_task. It will never be under master or anything unless we select to use master. Then the table will be created there. But since we're creating the table and then we selected prog_task, it means it will be there. So now the name of the table will be what? Let's come up with the name of the table.
Tasks.
I'll just say task_demo. Let me just say demo_task. Yeah. You will create it as task. As you can see, based on the comment, I said what? Write a comment here.
Create the table of tasks.
Please. Even those who joined and then go back to sleep, please create it as what task. Okay, now the first thing first that you must put, you're gonna put what create and then you specify what are you creating. Then you're creating a table. After table, then you're gonna put what name of the table, which is demo_task. But you are going to do what to put tasks. And then after that, you must put what parentheses. After parentheses, please, you must put what semicolon. Hey, I repeat, put the semicolon. Make sure this thing is there. And then you're gonna go back inside what the parentheses, ne? Once you return back to the parentheses, you're gonna press enter 2 times. After pressing enter 2 times, this is something that we have been doing also based on the designing. When we put in the components and then put in what the when we're busy there putting the components and also the properties and other stuff, I say the same thing. Skip a line, do this. So it's the same thing with this one. You want to move up 2 times. But by the time you move up 2 times, it means now you must put what? The column. The first column we said we're going to have what? Task_ what? ID, right? Which data type will it be? Int, right? And we said it would be what? A primary key. So most of the time in the entity that you create in database, you see it as what? PK, right? You see it like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, as you can see, it's giving me an error. So I have to write it in full. It means it's what? Primary key. But now I said the primary key must be what? Must be auto incrementing. How does it increment? You're gonna use what? Identity. And then once you type the keyword, which is what? Identity, you're gonna put parentheses, open bracket and close bracket. And then you're gonna go back inside the bracket. When you go back to the bracket, here is the thing. I showed you that thing of like I++. It means it's incrementing. It will be incrementing by 1. It will start from 0 up until the last counting of it. So now, with this one, you must specify, and it must count from 1. By what? By 1. So it means every time you add a task, or for the first time when it start adding, it will add the ID 1. And then after adding the ID 1, when you add the second one, the second task, it will plus it will plus the first one with what? With 1. If I put 5 here, it means it will add the first one as 1. But when it adds the second one, it's gonna plus what? 1 with 5. It means it will be ID number 6. And then from ID number 6, it will be what? ID number 11. So on and so on and so on. You see? So if I put 1 here, it will be plusing it by what? By 1. So it means the first one, it will be what? ID number 1. And then the second one will be what? ID number 2. And then from ID number 2, it will be 1 plus 2 will be ID number 3. ID number 3 will be 3 plus 1. So on and so on and so on. But if I say start from 0, the ID, which is what? The first one will be ID number what? 0. And then the second one will be ID number what? 1. But since we're not counting based on the arrays with indexes, make sure everything is fine. To get the identity based on the increment thing. Masking. You get this part. How does it count? Wait, am I muted or something? I'm not. I'm asking. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, also give me an answer for the identity one.
Could you please repeat that one, sir? The identity
Okay,
one.
with the identity, remember, with this, we said it will be what? Auto incrementing, right? Which is this one, right? Okay, if we
Yes.
said it will be auto incrementing, but right now, here is the thing. We only define what we have to define. Yes, it will work like this, but it will not be able to do it, to add multiple users, because the ID, it will be the same. Unless we decide to enter the ID manually. But since we don't want to enter the ID manual, because the user must not know the ID there. The ID must be auto-generated. You get it? So if the ID
Yes, sir.
must be auto-generated, how are we going to generate this ID? Do we generate it based on what? The incrementation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 4, 6, you see, so on and so on. Or 4, 8, you see, 5, 10, you see those things. So this is where the identity one comes in. So by the time you say identity, and then you put the parentheses, you must go back inside the parentheses. Now you must specify. I want this ID to increment from what? From 1. It should increment by what? By 1 again. Which means if I start the task for the first time, it will be task number 1 based on the ID. Ne? If I start the task for the second time, that will be task number what? Number 2. Do you get it now? Because it's incrementing by 1 from the last one. Do you get it? Sure, my connection is bad. As I said, I will go somewhere. I'm bad somewhere. Did we understand the identity one here?
Yes, sir. Made sense. Thank
Sure.
you.
As I'm asking before we continue.
Yes.
Okay, so if you just want to put one column in a table, né? You just put it like this. But if it happens that you want to have multiple columns, you're going to separate them by what? By a comma, which is the same thing with when you pass what parameters on what on a method. So you have to do what? You have to make use of you have to make use of what? You have to make use of the comma. So by putting the comma, it means there is what? A next column that you want to put. But if you don't want to put another column, you can leave it as it is. So they're separated by a comma. So the next one that we're gonna put it under this one, which will be task name. And then this one we said will be what? It will be a voucher. And then again, I said inside the parentheses, what do we put? Inside the parentheses, what do we put?
We put the number of characters.
Yeah. So it means if we say here on the task name, if we say we want 100, it means the task name must never exceed what? Aibu.
Must not exceed 100. Must be 100 or underneath.
Aboluyando, abothando, abofundo, abochesika. Come on, my face. Abolisedi. You have to participate. Okay, now going forward because we have the next one, which is task one description. So never write. Maybe if it happens that you're too lazy to type and then you type. This is descending. That's it's part of what the closest that you'll be having. We have ascending, which is this one, which is this one. So don't type it in that way, please. Just to make sure we are on the same safe side. Don't type it in that way. Just type it in full. And then we have task one description. And then this one we also said will be a voucher. And then with this one, we just say 100 and also. So it means the description, the description here, it will be the definition, or maybe when they ask what is password, you see what the response, it will be the description here. It means your chatbot must still go forward to do to get the answer for the user. When they say add a task about password, add a task password, see those things, and must still go and search password. And then if it finds the answer based on the randomization, you must assign it to the variable that will be responsible to capture what task underscore description. And then you add it also. I'll also explain that part when we do the backend. And then going forward, we have what? Again, task what? Task due date. And I said you must use what? A virtual in this one. Eh? So with this one, number of characters, we can just say 20. Because I know it will never exceed 20. And then the last one, we have something which is task what? Status. And then this one, we said it will be what? A function. Task status, does complete exceed 20? Or incomplete? Does it exceed 20? So
No.
it means we're just going to say 20. So now, I want you to pay attention to what happens. Here as this one is the last one. I won't put what? Comma. But if it happened that I want to proceed, I want to add another one, yes, I was going to add it. But here, if you check, you see, I'm getting an error because I didn't put a comma and I'm putting what? Another column. I'm defining another column. So please make sure you put it. Reason why I'm removing is because I want you to be aware with the errors. You will realize that you have done the correct thing, but here you missed what? The comma. And then again, check how the table is. Check how it is structured. First thing first that you have is what? The primary key. Is it incrementing? Make sure it is incrementing all the time, eh? Unless they say otherwise. And then now, where does the creating of this table start? It starts from here. Where does it end? How do we see this is the end?
The semicolon.
Thank you, which is this one here. So now, this is what you're going to do. You're going to highlight from what? From the semicolon, or you're going to highlight from what? From where the query starts or where the command starts. You're going to highlight and then up until what? The semicolon. And then once you have highlighted, I said you have to click where? On the green what? Play button in there, which is what? Execute. As you can see now, it says what? Command successful, right? So it means we do have that table. The table is created now. But if I try to run it again, it must give me an error. Because here it says what? Okay, there is already an object named what? Demo underscore task in the database. So you see, you can't recreate it unless you drop out the table. So I want you to be familiar with this error because some of you, I know you will run it so many times. You even ignore the error. So let's not be Thomas. Ne? Okay, now, once you're done with that one, to confirm that indeed you do have what? The table. This is what you're going to do. Select all from the table, demo underscore task. This is the first time you see this. Mask it.
No, sir.
Where did you see this?
SQL code during database.
But you said you never. Let me keep quiet.
No, sir. Look, I said, I know English. Yabo. SQL code, not very familiar with. That was my
What about
statement.
everyone?
Nase kuyathoma uyibona.
Eh?
Kuyathoma uyibona.
Okay, my bad. Okay, right here we are selecting from the table, which is what demon. So here we are specifying, okay, we selecting. But what are we selecting? We didn't indicate we're collecting everything, but the star we mean all. That is why here I said select all from the table demo. So it is this statement, but in short, when we want to communicate with what with our database and table is this. So here we're saying select all from, which is what demo underscore task, which is our table. So hence I said select all here from the table. Table, I wanted you to understand which table we selected from. So it means by the time we highlight this, and then we click on the play button, it's going to show us the columns because we don't have anything at all so far. We don't have any records or any values stored. So by the time I click on it, and then I say, okay, as you can see here, it's showing me what? It's showing me the columns. I'm trying to zoom this thing, but it's not zooming. But as you can see, we have task ID, name, description, due date, and then task. All is there. So it means the table was successfully created. So here we were just verifying as a creator, which is the same thing we did with the instance. We checked the instance after checking, and then we created the instance if it was not there, and then we checked again, the instance was there. So here you are validating. Is the table there? Is the table created successfully? If yes, the table is created successfully, it means now you can go ahead and do what? Work on your project. So since we don't want to store information manually, it must be or it must be collected from the user. Now, you don't close this. You still need this, né? If you store something, you still have to go and then you run it up until you do that, the code of what? Showing the user their task. When they say, show me task, or maybe when they're interacting with your AI there. So now with this one, I'm gonna go to the main class, which is this one. So since we are in the main class, this is what I want you to do. You will also create what? Another class. We already know the rules. The rules are you must have subclasses or chat classes. They're needed. So if you just put everything here, and remember you have to create event handlers. So it will be a problem for you to do to manage your code. So make sure the code is optimized, and also remember, I think they were marks the last time for making sure that the code is structured very well. Please continue with that strategy. Structure the code very well. So what you're gonna do here is this. So you're just gonna do what? You're just gonna create an instance for the class. Obviously, it must have what? An object name, with an object. With an object name. This is something that all of us we know. Create it in a new file. Don't create it inside the same file. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to that class that I just generated. Antenna must be changed to what?
Public.
Danko. Then I must put my comments here, né? For the start of namespace. And also here, start of, and also here, and class. Also here, and namespace. Again, as you can see, I have 4 calibrations. If you have 6 calibrations, it means you have a constructor, and a constructor is not needed at this point. We don't want a constructor here. If we generate a class and then you see it with something like public and then follows by the name of the class, and then it's like this, and it's not even giving you an error. That thing is a constructor. It's not needed. No, we don't want it. You have to remove it. Highlight and then remove it all the time. If you say creating a class with an object name, please make sure it doesn't have a constructor. Hey, now here we're gonna do our connection, eh? Global connection. Variable declaration. So you guys will do the encapsulation, eh? I think you already know encapsulation. You protect whatever needs to be protected. And then here I'll say I won't start with the access modifier. I'll just say string, and then this one let's just say connection. And then another thing is this. You see, when you're busy with this connection, please start with what? With the @ sign, eh? Make sure you start with what? With the @ sign. Start with your @ annotation and then put what? Double quotation. And then after putting the double quotations, you go inside what? You go inside the brackets. But make sure that you have terminated the statement so that the errors can go away. Because some of you, I know you can't work while you still see the errors. So this is where now everything based on like adding to the database, connecting to the database will be happening. When we want to add something to that table that we created, we'll be adding from this class. When we want to delete, we'll be deleting from this class, so on and so on and so on. So now, make no mistake of the following. Make no mistake of putting a wrong connection because it will never work. Make no mistake of connecting to a wrong database because it will also not work. Or if it happens that the database is correct but the instance is not correct, it will not work also. All together on that one.
We hear you, sir.
So now inside the what? Inside the double quotations, you're gonna specify. I'm putting what? I'm putting data. But as I'm putting data, there is a source that I wanna connect to. Which source? Which is what? My local DB. Local DB, and then you put what? Backward slash. But what will happen if indeed I don't put what the annotation in there by the start? You see, I'm getting an error. As you can see here, when I put the slash, I'm getting an error. But when I remove the slash, the error will be gone. I will be forced to put what? Double slash. So since some of you are very stubborn, I know. So what you can do is this: put the @ annotation by the start, and then just write what? Just write your connection. Okay, the instance that we created is what? On the source, you must assign it to the instance, right? The instance that we created is what? What is it called? What is the instance here, as you can see on the screen?
Task demo.
Task underscore demo.
So the variables and also the things that you create, guys, these are the things that you'll be referencing to or referring to. So you must make sure that you remember them or you know them. Same thing with the table. I said to the table, remember the table name because we're still gonna need that table. And also with the column, the reason why I was writing down the column name before we do the table is because I wanted you to memorize them, to also know them. Because we're gonna need those columns. By the time we call or collect, or maybe it happens that we have to retrieve information, we have to define them. The same thing with what we have, what we do in program. You call what you have. Same thing with our database tables. You call the columns that you have. But if you call a column that you don't have at all, you're gonna get an error. We said that the instance is what? The instance name.
Task underscore demo.
Underscore demo. Is it like this? Musky.
Yes.
Okay, after that, you're gonna put what? You're gonna put a
Yes,
semicolon. Once you put the semicolon, going forward, after the semicolon, this is where now you're gonna specify which database you're connecting to. Most of the time, it is they say it's a catalog. So if it happens that you go to ChatGPT and then it gives you a different code, then there on the database, it replace database, and then it says what catalog. You find it like this, or you find it like this. Yeah? It's a defining of what the database. So now, the database that we're gonna connect to now, this is the one that we get to put. So the database name was what? Which database did we create there?
So can you show us terminal?
Show you the terminal.
Yes. Prog task.
Okay. Prog what? Prog task. Okay. Prog. Is it like this?
Yes. Wait, so why is part 3 so much work?
Hey, I don't know if it's.
Oh man, that's
Hey, I'll be lying. Hey, with your connection, by doing this, I must allow it to connect your instance and also the database. But if it happens that it gives you things of like certificate, timeout, remove that thing. Because it might happen that your database takes time to connect or takes time to send information to store or takes time to retrieve. And then you set timeout. What will happen? Crashes. So you don't want that right now. You only do that maybe when you're protecting a certain system that you're working for. So for now, because you're just practicing, make sure that the timeout is not there. The certificate is not there also. Reason why I'm saying this is because some of you have a premium account with ChatGPT. So yes. You go to, please. Make sure the only thing that will be left will be what the database and also the source where you're connecting to. I'll fine with this. Are you sure?
Sir, when will you be available for consultation for part
Eba
two?
mamili pompo. I mean,
No, it's
there is
fine,
no
sir.
network here. You see now, I had to I had to climb roof now.
It's fine, sir. We'll buy you a cake next semester. Well, me personally, I will. Baba Nyangas.
Hey, this guy is bribing me.
Taxi bribe, so it's more like to show appreciation,
Hey.
on my side.
Yeah, I'm sure you appreciate the.
Let's continue before you bribe me too much.
It's planned.
Okay, so now what we have to do first is to test, does it connect? If it doesn't connect, then we solve the connection problem. So it means we're gonna do what? We're gonna create a method whereby we say testing connection, and then we run it. If it works the way we want it, and then it's not failing, it means we can proceed. How we proceed? We're gonna do the design. After doing the design, it's just few things, and then now we start working on adding, and also start working on deleting. How do we delete? How do we make it done? Yeah. Okay. Now we just say creating method to test connection. So based on the access modifier of this method, we'll say public, because remember we have what? Our object name here. And by the time it runs under the initialize component, we have to call that method, and then it tests for the connection. If the connection is successful, and then it will tell us immediately after showing the components. So now I'm gonna go back to this class. And then we're gonna say public for the access modifier, and then let me just say void. I just wanted to test the connection. I don't want it to return anything. So now after specifying the type of the method that I want to use, and then I said I can just say test, yeah, connection. I don't want anything as a parameter. Then I just say start off test connection method. Then also here I'll just say end of connection method. And then going forward, this is what we're gonna use. Né? I'll just type down these things so you get to know them. So we're gonna use something which is called SQL. We're gonna use something which is called SQL connection. And we have SQL command. We have SQL data reader. Okay, look, on the first one, we said about SQL connection. Do you see it? I'm able to see everything. Hello?
Yeah, so we can see.
Yes.
Okay, the SQL connection, we will use it to make connections. Ne? We use it to communicate with the database. We use it to communicate with the instance. Ne? So this is the one that will be responsible to collect this, which is what connection string that we have. How to get on this? So it's a built-in class also. That means we have to create an instance for it. And once we have created the instance will have what? An object. So that object name is the one that will be responsible to work with what? With the SQL command. SQL command is going to run queries such as select all from, insert, and also delete. You see those things? And also update. So that will be our SQL command doing what? Sending all the queries to what? To this terminal here. So now, when we go to the last one, which is what? SQL data reader. So with this one, this is what happens. Once this one, SQL command, had got the information, or maybe it has executed successfully, it will send the information to this one, which is SQL data reader. You see? Remember, the user must see what? They must see their task, right? And in order for them to see their tasks, it means we have to collect those tasks from what? From the table. How are we going to do that? We're going to use SQL data reader. Some of you, if you indeed you have the premium account, go to ChatGPT, you find that maybe we use SQL data adapter, which is very long.
So, sir, what you're saying, we need premium accounts with ChatGPT.
I'm not saying you need premium accounts because I know you already have the premium accounts. I have got so many of you, you're going through those plans there. Even with this other guy, the last week, he was showing his friend. He was even pointing. Me, I went for this one, Don. So I know, Baface, I know. If it happens that, yes, you're going there. Right now, I'm just telling you what to be aware of. Nah? What to be aware of. Because I know you guys love to copy and paste. Please, don't do that. And but I'm not going go there and do the premium account. No. Learn, Baba.
I hear you, sir. So, do you know when Group 4 would get their marks? Because it's been a while.
Marks for what?
Part 2 programming.
Okay, I'll find with these three things: connection, command, and data reader.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, first thing first. Connect to database. Said we're gonna use what? SQL. As you can see, this thing, by the time I type, it pops up, né? If it happens that you use maybe a different template that we are using, please, you're going to download everything. The extension of this thing or the package of this thing, you have to go to the NuGet and then you download them. But if you're using the template, which is the .NET framework, the one that we have been using, and the one that I have selected to use here, everything will be there. As you can see, I'm just typing. I didn't even import it. So it uses SQL data client. Ne? If I go at the top, you will see is this one. So data SQL client, it uses this one. Immediately when I was typing, that was also imported. So make sure you're on the safe side. Then on the object name for this one, I'll say, okay, let's connect. Then SQL. Inside the parentheses, you call this, you call the connection string. Inside the parentheses, you call the connection string. So what I'm going to do now is this. I'm going to call what the connection variable here, which is global. And the reason why I set this one to be global is because if we have to retype this, some of you will be making mistakes. So you just type it once and then call it all over this, all over this class, anywhere you want it here, inside this class. So now, after doing what? After doing the connection, so you're going to use try and catch, ne? You're going to use try and catch, please. Make sure you use what? Try and catch. So we're going to use our try and catch to catch any error that it will throw. So we'll get to know what the error is about. Ne? So here, I'm going to have what? My catch. And then exception. And then the object name for this one, it will be error. So here, if you get an error, it means it needs what? An import. So you have to use what? Using system. So most of the errors that might happen that you get them might be based on what? The import. So make sure you import first before you do any changes. So now we do have our exception, which is what? Sorted. And then the object name for this one is what? Error. Some of you just press tab and then you put E. Don't do that. Just type it in full. So right now, just say, okay, show the message error. I'm going to use the pop-up. Use the message box. So here you just going to say, okay, you're just going to use what? The object name that you already have, which is what? Which is error there. And then it's going to provide you with everything that you want. Based on like, do you want to view the message or something else? Ne? And then we want the message one. So we're just going to get message. So now the message that is going to show here is the error message that will happen here. By the time it's trying to connect, or by the time we're trying to open the connection, then it throws what? The error. It will show it here. So what you must know is this. Inside the try, open what? Open the connection and close the connection. So these are the things that you must know. Okay, first thing first, before you use the connection or before you do that thing of like retrieving information or storing information inside this table or making the connection to this thing or want to make use of it, you must make sure that it is open. If it's not open, it will refuse to send information. It will refuse to collect information. But if it happens that, okay, now you open what? You open the connection and thereafter you close it. By the time you open the connection, make sure that the query must be under what? The opening. And after the closing, you don't have anything that have to be connecting or that has to do with the connection. So what you're going to do, you're going to call the object name, which is connect, and then put your dot operator to get what? The open method. Sorry, I used the wrong one. This must be SQL connection. So as you can see here, I have connect, and then connect is the object name. And after calling connects, I have my dot operator. After the dot operator, I have to select or look for what open. So as you type with this one, as I told you before, if you're on the right track, as you type open, open must pop up. Ne? If open doesn't pop up, it means something is wrong. As for this one, I was using command, whereby I had to use what connection. And then going forward here, so this is where you put what the database queries and other stuff. And thereafter, then with here, after you have done whatever you are doing, let's say maybe you're insecting, after you have done the insecting part, and then you have to do it. You have to close it. You have to close it. So here you manage to open it, and here you manage to do what, to close it. After you have done what, the query. So I will show you how we do the queries and other stuff. So now what I want to do is this. I will just want to display a message. So I will just use a message box and then dot show, because we're testing the connection. If this message shows, which is connected, yeah. What did the person do? Okay, so if the connection is successful, it display this message connected. But if it's not, then it's gonna display the message here on the cache. So it means it will do what? It will catch the error here. So this is something that you guys will be required to do. Né? So make sure you use what try and catch. Make sure the error handling is very good there. I'm sure from part 1 and part 2, you were getting marks for such. I will find with this one before we go and call the method and test.
$100.
I will show all of us.
100 Minia.
Okay. Okay, now once I'm done with this method, which is this one, testing connection, I'll go to the main class. By the time I go to the main class, remember I have this object name here, which is manage underscore task. So I'm gonna call it under the initialize component. Don't remove this, don't edit this, because this is responsible for what? Rendering all the components that you have in the design, which is here. So don't remove that one. Under it below. And then I'm gonna call the testing method for the connection. And then I'm gonna use the object name, which is what? Manage underscore task. And then as you can see, it is popping up. If it's not popping up, it's either you having an error on that class, or it's either you didn't set it to be public based on the access modifier. You use what? Private. And then since we don't have anything as a parameter, then it'll be like this. So now what must happen is this. I must run it. So when I run it, it's either it pops up connection, it pops up connected, or it pops up the error message. And if it happens that it pops up the error message, we have to solve it. So this is the first things that you'll be doing. You test the connection. If the connection is working, then you move to the design. But never move to the design if the connection is not working. Make sure the connection is working. altogether on that one was. As you can see on my side, it's saying what? Connected. So it means it is connected. It is connected. So it means now I'll be able to do it to move to the designing part. Because if you design, after designing, where are you gonna store the information if the connection is refusing? No way. So now what am I gonna do also is this. I'm just going to make some changes. Don't do this. I just want to show you what happens. Let's say I don't put the semicolon. Let's say I don't put the semicolon. As you can see, it did pop up the Windows thing. And then I run it again. Now let's see the message that is gonna pop up. As you can see, this is the kind of error that you're gonna get. A network related or instance specific error occurred while establishing the connection to the SQL server, which is SQL Server Experience. The server was not found or was not accessible. Verify that the instance name is correct and the what? SQL Server is configured to allow remote connections. Then it tells you to provide what? SQL network interface. So then it also gives you an error. So this is based on what the runtime. Sometimes it will take time. Just know once it takes time to run your project, it is busy fighting with the connection. And if the connection is not connecting, it's gonna pop up this. The specified local DB instance does not exist. As you can see. I'll find with this. Masking, I'll find. I'm good.
Yes, Mini.
Okay. Then returning to the main one now, since I have confirmed that the connection is working, I'll just comment this out because I'm done debugging. So please guys, make sure before you do anything, don't rush to complete the thing. Make sure that everything is working well. So that even if you complain, you know what you're complaining about. If you got 0 on the connection, then you go and complain knowing that, okay, I got 0 on the connection, but it was connecting successfully. But if you know it was not connecting successfully, you didn't even test, don't go and complain. Don't go and complain. Then now, let's go and do our design, and then after doing our design, we will have. Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Is the session recorded?
You guys are not recording.
Sure.
My way.
Okay, so I'll ask from someone who might be recording. I'll ask from the group. Thank you.
I'm playing. I'm recording.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay. So right now, since we confirmed that the connection is working and it's working very well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the design, and then we design. So our chatbot, how many things does it have based on the chatting? It have a list view, right? After the list view, what does it have again? After the list view, what does it have again? What else? What does it have? Musky. Musky. Yeah, I remember one. What else do we have there? List view is responsible for editing the charts, right? What else do we have? We have
Buttons.
button. What else?
Something text, Bunny. Something text.
So we have text blocks and text box.
That's
Which
why.
one?
Text block.
Nah. We can't use a text block. I refuse that one.
Text
Yeah,
box.
that one. I said it does what this one. What does it do? This one we said it lists all the charts. And then this one, send or submit. The user what? User question, right? And then this one, what does it do? What does it do, this one?
So,
Yeah.
so can I ask, well, for part 3, can you just continue of part 2?
Yeah, you're
Just
continuing. You're
instead of
continuing. You're
having,
not creating another project. You're continuing there. But that would,
okay, so you just add the
yeah, you just add
SQL
in this part
and
that
yeah.
we are doing, and then you make it meet or make it meet the requirements of what is needed. Because yes, we're not gonna do everything. It's just
Okay.
examples. Yeah.
Okay.
Text box, please. What does it do? Luyanda Tandu, what does it do? Lisedi, what does it do? Afraid Buteles, what does it do? Olebukhang, what does it do? Nobuhle. Mio, Tandu.
It collects
Edward,
information. It collects
collect
information.
information. Is it correct?
It said.
Okay, going forward. As we said, this one we don't need to touch it, ne? We leave it as it is, which is what the parent one. And again, you don't code outside this one, ne? You don't code outside the closing component of the parent grid. You leave it as it is. What you're gonna do, you're gonna create what the charts grid. So right now we're just gonna say, okay, Okay, now look. You see what we're gonna do here, ne? By the time you implement this on your part 2, listen to me. By the time you implement this on your part 2, you will create a separate grid whereby it will say for viewing task. Ne? It will be responsible for viewing the task. I'm also going to show you how you view the tasks, how you mark them down, how you delete them. But if it happens that you want to use the same, list view that you are using for chatting, well, there will be more code that needs to be included, whereby you have to check, is it just a question from the user? Is it just an answer from the AI, or this is a correct task? So in order for you to be on the safe side, the grid that you're gonna create here, which is the child grid that you're gonna implement on your part 2 design, must be for viewing. But for adding the task must be from the AI. Well, I'll show you how to do that also. So here, as we design, as we make it function, I'll be also telling you this is what you have to do on your part 2, and this is what you don't have to do. I'll good on that one. Maski.
Yeah, 100.
Yes.
Here, the only thing that I need are our properties, and then I'm gonna have how many of them? Just 2 of them. Task what? Underscore grid. Then the next one that I'm gonna have is what the visibility status. So for this one, I'll say the visible. So this is how we have been creating these things so far, as I remember. And then inside, you're gonna have the first component, which is the list view. Another thing that I said, once you get invalid mockup here, start all over, please. Hey, I repeat, once you have an error, you see with this thing, by the time you continue and they make a mistake, it will be showing you where you have made the mistake. You get it? Such as like this. You will see that it is underlining something. It will not just underline a thing. Once it underlines something, just know it's going to give you an error along the way. It's going to remove the design and tell you that this is invalid. It means you also took time to do to remove the error. If you know you added something and that thing caused an error, please don't continue using it. Remove it so that it can be on the safe side. Oh, fine. Then we say the first one will be our list view, 2 spaces, / go back inside where the spaces are, press enter 2 times or 3 times, and then go up or move up twice. And then now you have to put the properties. The first property must be must be of the height, if you're gonna have the height. And then this one, we're gonna say 300, and then as you can see from the design also, it will be adjusted. And then going forward, we're gonna put the width, and then with this one also, we can just say, since everything you do now must align with this, must never be above 450 based on the height, and also 800 based on the width. Because if it is more than 800, it means it will overlap the window form. So make sure it aligns with that. So here I'll just say 700. And then going forward for the margin, I have to move it because remember we must put the text box and also the button. So I said first thing first that you must put is 4 zeros. Which zero do we edit there? To move it up. It must go up, not down. Which zero are we editing? Is it the first one? Is it the fourth
The
one?
fourth one.
The last one?
Yes.
It's too much. 200, 100 and 110. 75. Okay, thank you. Okay, last thing that you must put is what? The name. Must give it a name, eh? And then this one we just say, yeah, it's church. Then we're done with it. So is it nothing is hard there? Nothing. Those who are visitors are the one having a problem. Those who have been attending.
Casa uzobezwa kahle when the due date, submission date is around the corner.
Let's treat the guest perfectly. Please treat them. Okay, now the next thing that we must have is what? The text box. So we must collect whatever the user enters. Then with the text box, it's the same thing. And then 2 spaces, / go back to the spaces, press enter twice or 3 times, then move up twice. Then we're gonna do the same thing. And I said based on the height, if it's a button or a text box, it must never be what? More than 50. It must always be at 50. Unless if you're designing something else we do not know. Because if I make it 100, try to do it on your site, you will see what will happen. So just make it 50. It must never exceed 50. Its area must be from 20 to 50. Then for the width, I can say maybe 200. It's small. 250 can work. And then for margin, we have to move it also this one. Where should it go? Should move to what? You have to move it to what?
Move it below the list you.
Okay, which zero are we editing?
Second one.
Okay. And then we have to move it to the other side, which is the starting side. Which zero do we edit?
Third one.
Say 350. Yeah, good work. Okay, based on this, it must also have a name. And then for this one, we just say, okay, question. Yeah, it's what the user send, what the user type. Okay, the third component that we're gonna add is a button to submit question, which is from the text box. And then now going forward, we're just gonna do the same thing, less than sign, button, and then 2 space, / skip the line 3 times, move up twice. And then with this one will not have a name, right? Because it's a button. The thing that it can have is what? An event handler. It is what? Action listener. So we're just gonna set the height I said the height must never exceed what, yeah, on the button and the text box. Sorry?
50.
Okay. So which number we're gonna put there for the height?
$40 million.
Okay. 40. Okay, for the width, we're gonna put which number?
Second dollar $250.
Try lines.
Eh?
Young 250.
250.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the button will also need to be moved, right? Start by putting our 4 zeros. The button must be moved to what?
The bottom.
Bottom, right? Which zero are we editing?
Second one.
Second one. The first one we moved it by 300. Also, this one must be by 300. And then now we must shift this one from center where it is to the end. Agree this one, the other one was from, what is it? Center to start, right? So this one must go to the end.
Use the first one.
We edit the first one.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, based on this one, we must label what is the button about? Must put what content, né? So it means we say what submit question, or we can say submit task. Which one? Submit question or task?
Task.
Short task. Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to do another thing, guys. I have seen you guys do this. Please, you can comment where the properties are put, né? You can add a comment here, né? You comment outside, not inside where the properties are put. So now we're gonna do what? We're gonna do our event handler, which is something that we already know, right? We already know this, right? If you say no, just know you're a visitor. Masking, the event handler. We know
Yes.
it, right?
100.
Thank you very much. Okay, you're just gonna press enter, then we'll give you button underscore click. We're gonna rename it to what? Let's come up with a name for our event handler, our action listener, which is something that you were doing in Java. Masking. We're renaming the event handler to align with what we are doing. You can't just name it button underscore click. Nah, that doesn't make sense. As a developer, every variable that you get to create must have a meaning. Every method must have a meaning. What is the method about? What is this event handler about?
So click underscore button.
Yeah, going back to what it was. We rename it. I agree it was like this. Button underscore click.
okay.
Now we can't give it a name. What is it all about? The button is all about what? What does the button do?
Sending.
It sends the task.
Send what?
It sends
send the
the
task,
task.
right? And then also with the this button,
Yes.
and also with the event handler. The event handler will be responsible to send it. The button is there to display, but if we don't put the event handler, which is what the click, nothing will happen. We just have the design. You get it? But if we put the event handler, which is the click one there, it will perform what we want it to perform. But before we proceed with that, our event handler must have what? A name that is correct, a name that fit the task that it have to perform. This is like when you're creating methods. What will be the name of it?
Submit underscore task.
Thank you. Submit underscore task. See? Now we will know this event handler is for this and this and this and this. Even if you forget maybe to put comments. By the time you go to the main one, which is what the main class, if you check here, you will see there is what private void button underscore what click. Do we still have button underscore click? We
No,
removed
sir, we
it. We
don't.
replaced it with what?
No.
Submit
Submit
underscore task
underscore task.
or task.
You see?
Yes.
So now we will not even get an error by the time we run our project. Everything will be sorted. You will be cruising nicely. You even go and buy snack bar. Because remember, if you get in errors, you won't even think of eating. You eat tomorrow. Appetite is gone. So now just put in the comments, event handler for sub getting the task. There. Database. See? Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's say start off event handler. Submit. And out. Yeah. So now, where me and you will be working right now is this one. We don't go out this one. So since we have the design, only thing that we have to do right now is to run it and test. Okay, is the design showing? Is it being initialized or not? Is it failing to initialize it? If it is failing, then it means we have to solve it. So as it is building, then build done. Let's wait for it to pop up. So this is our design, right? This is what we have added, right? But if we type something, as you can see, and then we click on submit, nothing is happening, as you can see. The reason why nothing is happening is because on the submit underscore task, we didn't put any code, we didn't command it, we didn't put any instructions. This is how they have to behave when we click the button. Did we put something? No. So it means now by the time we stop this application from running, we go to what? Submit underscore task. We put the code, we put instructions there. That this is the thing that we want you to execute when we click the button submit underscore task. As you can see here on the design, the button is submit task. It's not submit underscore task. So now you know the differences. This is what the developer see, and this is what the user will see. Right? And then now, going back to this. Now we're gonna do this. Collect what the user. Let's just say collect the user's input. We love this comment, you guys. what you collect from the text box will be always string data type. And if there is a what? Use, yeah, int pass. Okay, as I've been telling you guys, whatever you collect from what the text box, you collect it in the form of what? A string data type. And if it happens that it's a number, you are going to cast it or to convert it. When you convert, you'll be using int what? Int.parse. So it depends if you wanna do the double, you just do what? Double.parse. So it depends on where you want, how you wanna convert it. You want it as a double, you want it as an integer, you want it as a something else. Maybe as a float. So that would depend how you wanna make use of it. How good with that one? I'm asking how good. Okay, Tro.
Okay, so I raised my hand by mistake. But we are good.
Okay. So what we're gonna have here, we're gonna have temp variables, which is temporal variable. Just say variables. We don't know how many variables we're gonna need. Let's just say variables. So with this one, we already know we need a temporal one. So these are local variables. These are local variables. Variables that are declared within a method are local variables. So these will be what? Temporal, because it only holds the information for that certain purpose when you click the button. Only when you click the button. After that, it will lose the information. And then with this one, we just say, okay, user underscore, you just say input. Just want something that we will be able to follow. I don't know if it's fine. Is it fine? Is it fine? The variable name. Okay. So now the name of our component, which is the text box, what is it? Is a question. So as you type question must pop up, text, and then cast it to string, and then there's it. By doing this, you'll be able to collect what the user enters. But if it happens that you just go and say the text, if it happens that you just go and say the text, there is a high possibility of it when you run it. Let me show you what it will do. Right now, I'm just showing you what it will do. You're just gonna collect the user input. I'm just gonna run it. I just wanna show you what it will do, if indeed it's still doing that. So it used to show the input of whatever component that you're referring to. You see, in this one, it doesn't show anything. But let's see if we just enter something. Okay, then it's fine. But make sure you cast it to string. This is nice. Back there, it used to show postings of system dot using what non-stop. Just to be on the safe side, please make sure you convert it to string or cast it to string. And then going forward, check if the user is adding the task or just asking questions. You see where your AI is searching for the answers on your part 2, né? We still know where it's searching for the answers, right? Where it's randomizing, right? You're gonna add
Yes.
this part. You see this part from here. Let me just put a comment. As you can see here, I'm saying edit before what? Before it does the searching. It means it will be the first thing there. I know we're using a method, one of us. So make sure this part, it is the first thing that is there on that method or added in that method. This is the first code that you're gonna put there. What you get on this one?
Yes.
Oh, sure. And then you're gonna check. You're gonna have your if and or if checking task add or add task. Start off here. We're gonna say user input with converting it to lowercase, and then again with our dot operator, it must start with as you can see here. If it happens that whatever the user will be entering start with add task, né? This is the example that you were also given there on the paper. If you start with if you start with add task, it means we'll go inside the if statement, né? And then what it will do is this: it will tell the user, okay, good, task added, but would you like a reminder, something like that, né? And then you're gonna terminate it. It means you're gonna exit, or you're gonna do what? You're gonna return it. It means you're stopping it. So now here you're gonna do what? You're gonna do this: add the task to the list view as part of the charts. Our list view name is what? Charts. Then will be items, which is this one. And add say great. The task. What will happen after that is this: we'll filter to get what the task name. But we also do that part of the filter. Right now, once we add this, it means now we must run it just to validate. Is it doing what we want? So these are the things that you'll be doing. These are the things that you'll be following. You add a code that will make changes, you run it and see, is it making the changes? Am I still safe? Because if we just type everything and then only by the time we say we're done, completely done, and then we see that, okay, it's not doing anything, there will be a problem. And then here, if I just add something, nothing happens, you see, because it have to recognize or it have to check, does it start with what is required? So if I say add task password, now you see what happens. It says what great, your task is what added. Would you like a reminder? You see now. And then now going forward, as a user, you have to reply in a way of yes, remind me in what certain days, right? You have to say maybe 5 days, 10 days. Your system must automatically do what? Get the days or the date. If I say okay, expire or maybe remind me in what? In 2 days or 5 days. Today's what? Is it 14, 15? What is today's date? 16. 15. If I say remind, okay, if I say remind me in 5 days, the date will be what? 20, right? The day. It will be 20 what? 20 June 2026. You see? So that's how the system will be working. Do you get it now? How it's gonna work? Do you get it? This is the same thing with like if I say okay, yes, remind me in 10 days. It means it will be what? It will remind me on what? It will remind me on 25, I think. So do you get it? It's going to add 10 days to the date or to the calendar thing and then store into the database. And when that day arrives, it will remind the user. Do you get it now?
Yes.
Sure.
100.
Now let's go and filter and get what? And get what the user. We're going to get what the task name. Task name. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna have global variables. Here on this one, we're gonna have global variables because we want them to hold the task details. Global variables to hold task details. Okay. First one, we have what? Task name. Second one, we have what? Task description. And then also what? Task what? Task due date. And then task what?
Task status.
It's done, right?
What about the ID?
The ID we don't enter it. It will be auto incremented by this by the system on its own. Yeah, so we have all of them there. Then come back to this one. So what we're gonna do is this. We're gonna use our task name. Call it task name, which is this one, and then we assign to the user's input, and then we're gonna replace. Let's replace, not remove. So the thing is this, we're replacing add task, né? For this example. And then for debugging, for checking, is it doing what we want? We're just gonna pop up the task name. And then we just say task name. So after validating that indeed it is getting the task name, we're gonna remove the message box, né? And then you're gonna run it also. And then I'm gonna say add task password. Okay, you see the task name is what? Password, né? Task name is password. So what must happen is this. Remember, by the time we're prompting the AI for whatever we're prompting, we'll say, tell me about password. What is password? You see that thing? Then it returns the answer, né? Yeah.
Yes.
Even now with yours, it must still do the same thing. The answer that it will return, it will be a description. Do you get it? The answer that the AI returns, né, for password. I agree, I'm saying add task for password, right? It must go and search for password also. After searching for the password, what must happen is this. What it returns, it must be what? Save, there's what? A description. You get it? Hello?
Please repeat me here. Oh, wow.
Okay. Now, when I say add task password, né? When I say add task password,
Yes.
your AI must continue to search. I get it that time when I say, tell me about password. I was going to search for definition of whatever it will find based on password, right? And then return it and show the user, right? It must
Yes.
still do the same thing, but this time around, when it returns it, né, it's going to be a description that we are looking for here. As you can see, there is what task underscore description that needs to be saved inside what the database. Assigned to what the AI return when searching for the answer. Agree your AI is randomizing, right? It's randomizing
Yes,
the
Mia.
answers, right? So the answer that it have
Yes.
randomized and returned must be assigned to task underscore description. That's what is needed. But that one is for you to go and do it, which is very simple.
Okay.
It's simple. How fine.
Yes.
Sabelo Dabada. How fine.
Yep. Yep. What's
Listen. Oh, good.
Yes,
Umlauzi.
Enda.
All right.
Yeah,
Umketu. Is
Enda.
it still fine?
Never right.
Tabo. Tabo Besta. Tabo what? Are you good? Tabo Fatso. Umpahlela. Is it still fine? You can't tell me people are still sleeping.
Sleless.
Okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay, now, once it is done with this part, once it is done with this part of like, would you like a reminder? Because already it collected what? The name of the task. It will have to proceed to the part whereby now it have to get the days. If the user say, yes, remind me in 15 days, it must get that 15 from those words. See now. So it means now we are going to do that part. Remind me in 15 days, remind me in 3 days, and then it must get the correct date. Okay, you're gonna have your another if there. If the user reminder, and if user input to lowercase 92 start with. So this also it will be up to you how you wanna set it, how you wanna do conditions. So you're not limited to how you wanna do conditions here. And then as long as you start with yes, remind. So here's what I saw as an example there on your paper. Yes, remind me in if as long as start with this and then because we don't know the days, right? Someone can say remind me in 1 day, 2 days. So it might end up not getting the correct thing. And then I'll just say start off the reminder if end of the reminder. So here it will be the same thing. So we're gonna have a temporal variable there. And we can say reminder Then we're gonna make use of the user underscore input, and then we're gonna replace it. As I said, we're gonna replace what? Yes, remind me in, which is this one. Oh, here you have two options, né? Or you just get what? You just get the number straight from this. So I don't know which one. This one will belong, but that one, if we just get the number straight from the user underscore input, then it just go straight to getting the date. Which one do you prefer?
Can you please show us both? Can you
Show
please
you
show us
both.
both? Yes, Mia.
Yeah. And from there, then get what? Get the number inside the reminder. Yeah. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna have our string again. So with this one, what's gonna happen is this. We are going to get the number. If the user say, remind me in 5 days, it must get what? 5 alone, with nothing else. Nah. If the user say, remind me in 5 days, because if it happens that, let me comment this one out, and then we just run it to check. Will it be doing what we want or not? And then show. So I just want to display reminding, and then we see what it returns. Reminder, and then let's run it, and then we see what it returns. As you can see with this one, if I say add task, firewall, okay, it's adding it there. And then says, would you like a reminder? I'll say yes. Remind me in 5 days. You see, it's saying what? 5 days, right? Can you see that? So for us to get the number only, after getting the number, we cast it to an integer, or we convert it to an integer so that it works well without crashing. That's what we are going to make sure now. Because right now, as you can see, it's saying 5 days, and we don't need these days so that we can add this number to the current date. Because if you add it to the current date right now, it's gonna give us an error. So just to be on the safe side, we just do it step by step, and then we get it done. Okay, right now what we're gonna do, we have confirmed, we put what our message there. Yes, we're very sure that the yes, remind me in, there is what remove, that is replaced. And then now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get what? We're gonna get the number. Just say, let's just say days underscore number. So that's what we get in there. And then where we getting it from? We're getting it from the remainder, which is this one, where we are left with days after replacing yes, remind me in. So what we're gonna do, we can make use of regex, and then I think you have used this. Is this the first time?
Sir, can you please repeat?
We're gonna make use of the regex. So this one here, it works in this way. You guys on your first year, which is Java, right? You were required to search for the password. It must contain capital letter, small letter, number, and special character, right? So
Yes.
yeah, most of you were using this. Some of you were going to the ASCII table and then you come back and then you implement this. And those who didn't go to the ASCII table are the ones that are putting spaces where they are not required, because they would have known that the space is what's the character. I'll find out. So we're gonna use so here you have so many of them. You have split, matches, cat size, match, escape, replace. So me and you are gonna use replace, né? We're replacing whatever is not a number with empty quotations. It means we're removing. But what will be left is what? A number only. How to get on that one?
Yes,
We're gonna
yeah.
pass the variable, which is what? Reminder. After passing it, now we must specify what are we looking for inside this variable. You're gonna put what? Your double quotations, but make sure you start with the add annotation. Eh? To be on the safe side, as I told you before. And then what you're gonna do now is this. You must put open square bracket and close what? Square bracket. You go inside those brackets now. You're gonna put what? The upper arrow, which is this one. On your keyboard, it is on 6 under the F6 and F7 on your keyboard. That's the one that we are using. And then you say 0 to 9. These are the numbers that you are looking for. 0 will be there. 1 to 9 will be there. We know. So any number that falls under there, it will be left. If it's 55, 55 it's under 9. 55 it's under 9. It will still get it. How to get on this?
Yes, sir.
And then going forward,
Yes.
what are you replacing the non-digit stuff in this reminder with? You're replacing them with what? Empty quotations. And then going forward, before we proceed to add this to the date, let's just confirm, is it showing or is it doing what we wanted to do? Before we cast it, the days underscore what? Underscore now. Then I'm gonna run it. I go. What does this thing want me to end the session? Why is it popping up there? It's still very early to end the session. We'll be here up until 8, right? Yeah. I was told that. I was told. I was
Yes,
told.
yeah.
Hey, I'm playing. I'm playing.
Yes, yeah.
Hey, people hate school, Luan. Yes, remind me in 4 days. Remind me in 4 days. Ah, you see, now it's getting what? It's getting 4 alone. You see? Now it's getting that 4 alone. Doesn't mix it, but it's getting what? The 4 alone. But what must happen with these 4 that we're collecting, or the number of days that the user wants to be reminded on? We have to cast it, or we have to convert it to an integer, né? And then after that, we're gonna do what? We're gonna use the date picker. So we're gonna add it to the current date, which is today. If the user say, okay, from today, remind me like this and this and this, then it will count from today up until that day. That is why there I asked you for. I asked you about the date. You said it's 15, right? And I said, if I say remind me in 5 days, it means it's gonna remind me over 20. If I say remind me in 10 days, it's gonna remind me over 25. So here I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna cast the days underscore number to an int. Anyone knows how to cast? So we just say dates for this one. I told you about this, right? And then hash inside you call days number. Okay, now we're done with what convection. So there's a thing of, you see, when it's like this. So this is casting. So this is only when you casting. You see. So if it happens that it gives you an error, and then you can bring back this, then still you're casting. So the safe way here is this one. You can only use this one of the brackets if maybe it happens that you are changing int to a double, né? When now you come and say use double. You see those things? Let's say this one is a double here. And then this was an integer from the get-go. You can use this one, casting. But to be safe, please use what? The int.parse, which is the same one that you were using, I think, with Java. You know it from there, right? You don't know it. Musky. Hey, boo. You know nothing.
We don't know anything, sir.
Okay. Quiet. Okay, after converting our days underscore number from string, as you can see here, the data type here, it is what? It is a string here on this one. The data type is a string, so we have to convert it to an integer. So now, whatever the days underscore is holding will be what? Assigned to this one for temporal. And there will be what? An integer data type now. So going forward, add the days the user chose to do the task to the current date. That's what we're gonna get. So we're gonna use what a class which is called date type. Okay. Just say a reminder. Yeah, let's say user reminder. So now if I ask you guys to give me the variable name, let's add from what the user already suggested. So if we say new, that means we start from the scratch. So let's just add from what the user have suggested. So the user have suggested already, so we just use the date and time, and then I set from the current one. So it means it will be of what? Now. You see. After that, we're just gonna say add days. So this function is already there, né? So you're just gonna call it out and then make use of it. So how is it gonna show now? After that, we're gonna do this, format the date, how it should be. So we know that thing of like maybe it says 06 like this, right? 07 2026. You see those things? This is the format of the date, right? So this is what now we are going to do. All together.
Yes, sir.
Because if we just gonna use it like this, user underscore reminder, this is what I wanna show you how it will be. Message box, and let's show. Just wanna show you how it will be. Then user reminder, and then I have to convert it to string, so it doesn't give me an error. So the formatting will come inside this. So here it's gonna show timing the date, and timing the date is something that we're not looking for. So we only want the date, which will be more easy for you to make use of it and also not to get errors. Because if you say it must remind the user 10 Banbani, and then you run the app after 10 Banbani, it means it will not show. And yes, remind me in FH. You see what's happening now? It's showing the date. This is the format that it is using. You see, it's using what? The slashes, right? So if it's using the slashes, as you can see, based on the time also, it's showing the hour, the minutes, the seconds, and also what? The PM. So what we want now, it's only what? The date, né? We only want the date. To get it now. Why we have to format it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, let's go back and then we do that. Format. Let's remove this. After checking. Let's see which format. Like this. Let's see which one. The string. Then what's gonna happen is this. Inside here you pass. You put the double quotations inside the parentheses of to string. And then after that you pass what? You pass how you wanna format what? How you wanna format your date. As you can see here, 2M is what? Month. And then small mm is what? Minutes. And then 4 of them is what? Month, what? Abbreviation. So here you're saying what? Full month. What you get on this one? So here if you
Yes,
see
sir.
for the 3M's it means it will be a June, but the E will not be there. But for the 4M it means it will say what? June directly in full. So let's just try this one. This thing is always like, DD. As you can see, DD for what? For the days. As you can see here, it says in full or what? Digits. So it's that thing of like it writes Tuesday, Thursday. You see those things. Today is Monday, right? It's gonna say Monday, but we don't want that. We want what the digits directly. So when it arrives that day, we remind the user. We know 15 will not repeat in what in the calendar, right? 15 June, right? Up until next year. But if we just say the DDD and then it's just say Monday, we know it always repeat, right?
Yes.
And then for the year, as you can see, we want it full here. We want it full for 2021, Barney. So just want 4 of them. Yeah, we want 4. So now we're just gonna run it and then we confirm is it showing the date the way we want it or what. We're gonna run it and then we'll confirm is the date collected in the right way or not. And after if the date is collected in the right way, what we're gonna do now, we're gonna do this. We're gonna store to the database. Né? As you can see here, it's saying June 23, you see. In 8 days, if you count from now, né, for the 8 days, if you count from now for the 8 days, you say from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you see, 20, 21, and so, oh, we have what? We have YYY there. Okay, now we have to fix what the YY1. You see it?
Yes,
Yeah, so we
yeah.
have to fix that one. It is adding to the days. So it is counting from 15 up until the last day. And then let's see with this one. Let's see how it's working with this one. And this still showing the other problem. Let's use the small one. Then add again. Then set a reminder. Yes. Remind me 5 days. There it is. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so if we check, né, based on, okay, the user said remind me in 5 days. So counting for the 5 days, I have to remind the user when? From today. If the user says remind me in 5 days. I'm asking.
Please repeat me here.
I'm saying the user here said, yes, remind me in 5 days. And I have to remind the user when, on which day
On the 20th.
of June, right? So now if I
Yes.
go there and then I say, okay, remind me in like 50 days, or like let's say 20 days.
Hey, near 50
You're
days.
testing the app. So you see now it's saying what? 5 July, you see? Do you see it? So
Yes,
this
sir.
is how it will be working. As in, words, if I say 50 days, it must take it. That's what we doing. August 4. So you see, it means more falls are August and then which Kumbus. And I have to remind me, this is what is going down. I'm fine with this.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's proceed. Okay, now let's get this what is it? Let's get to assign the format, date, read, task underscore due date, and status. So this is where now we pass into save to the database, né? And then task underscore due date will be assigned to what format date. And then the status will be assigned to what? Pending, it means it's not what completed. Yeah? It needs to be done. Then now say, okay, call the insert method. So stop. We don't have the insert method, right? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to the task class, which is this one here. When we go back to the task class, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be under, which is what, end of the connection method. We're gonna be under that one. And then here, gonna put our comment method to insert or store task. So must be public on the access modifier. Again, I don't want to return anything, but you can make it return based on how you want it. Set underscore task. So this one, of course, it will have what parameters. Start off insert method and set method. So now we're gonna have all of those variables being called here. And the second one will be what? The description. Then the third one will be, is it task? It's a due date. Due date. And then the data type for it, it's a string, it's not a date. And then we have the status, which will be string. Status. Okay. Now, create a connection. Create a connection. Instance. Then I said we want to use what SQL connection for creating the connection. Then we're going to name it connect. So what's new? SQL connection. We're going to pass the connection string here, which is called what? Connections. You must use try and catch. I'm talking about you. You must use try and catch. Me, I will not use try and catch. Start of using, end of using. So with this one of the using, this is for you to be on the safe side again. As you said, I'm gonna show you in both or in two ways. So if you don't, you see with this one, if you don't wanna like put it here, you can put it inside here. Once you get on this one. But whatever based on the queries that you're gonna do must be inside this. Do we get it?
Yes, me.
Then I can just comment this one out. Then just go inside this. As you can see, it's still perfect. So this and this is still the same thing. The only difference is that now, whatever you get to type must be inside this. So we'll also do it in this way so you see how it works. And remember, I said you must surround this with try and catch. Opening the connection, I'm gonna call the object name. And then make sure you close it. Whatever you wanna write must be between what opening and also the closing. So first thing first, do the query. So the query is something like this that we have here on the team, which is this. Select all from it's a query. So the one that me and you we're gonna do here. Make sure you start with the annotation, or you start with the $sign, just to make sure that you are on the safe side. So you just start with a $sign. So we just call variables without doing the concatenation sign. Okay, and then now the one that we're gonna do is what? Insect into. What is the table name? What is our table name? I'm asking, what is the table name then?
Yeah, man, we forgot. It's
Was it
demo
not
underscore tasks.
project something tasks? Prog something task?
I think it was task underscore demo, if I'm not mistaken.
It's one of the two. Wait, wasn't that? Yeah, you're right. It's task underscore demo.
Yeah. So here when I say insect into, which is this one here, demo underscore task. Demo underscore task. Values. You don't insect the ID, né? The ID, you don't insect anything because it's auto generated. The first thing that you're gonna call it is what? The name. And remember, in database, né? If you wanna store like something which is a string, maybe like a fascia, it must be inside single quotations. It must be like this. Inside there, you're gonna put what the calibrations, and then you call the variable. Reason why we started with what with our dollar sign. If we remove the dollar sign, it's still the same thing. You're going to get this. So by the time you insert, it will just insert this as it is. But if you make sure you put the dollar sign as an annotation from the start, it will combine it. That means the name that will be collected from there, which is passed from what? From this bracket here, is the one that will be inserted. And then going forward, you separate them the same way you are separating the columns when you're creating the table. We're using what? A comma. And then you're going to repeat what? The single quotations, put what? The calibrations. And then you call the second one, which is what? Description. Going forward, also you separate them by a comma, single quotations. Because what we are putting so far is what? Fascia, based on the data type. But if it was a number, we're not going to put what? The single quotations. We're just going to call what? To call the variable here. But since whatever we're collecting is what? It's a string. It contains letters. It's a fascia. It must be inside the single quotations. If you don't put it inside the single quotations, it might give you an error. So let's not be Thomas with this. And then now we're going to call which one? The due date. Because you see how we insecting and must align with these columns. The ID we skip it because it's auto incrementing. Eh? Name, description, task, due date, and then task status, which is what? The last one here, as you can see. And then we're gonna do the same things, single quotations, calibrations, and call what? Status. Terminate. We'll move forward. I'll find with this. How we insect.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sure,
sir.
all of us.
Ibo.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Minier,
Away?
Minier. Aren't you tired, Minier? Yo, 5 hours.
Yeah, I can go for the whole day. Yeah, let's just make this store and then you have another session. don't know. Just making this stuff. Then, yeah. Then use the SQL command to run the query. So this one must also have an instance, no? SQL command run query. So this one takes two parameters, which is the query, what you want it to perform or to do, and also the connection, where you're sending the query. SQL. First thing first that you're gonna pass here as a parameter. You're gonna pass what the variable query, and then after you're gonna pass what connects, what open the connection. Then run the query as a none. Execute query. Then you're gonna call the object name run query. You're gonna put your dot operator, you're gonna look for execute. So there are so many of them. Execute reader, which is the one that we're gonna use to read the information, and then execute none query, which is synchronizing, and then there is this one, execute none query. So with this one, there's no way it can fail because it makes sure that it doesn't do anything that an admin will. So if you run with this one, just expect it to run the query as it is. Yes, there are some things that it cannot do, but based on what we are doing, me and you, it will do it. After that, you close the connection. So there is that thing of like you would like to maybe return like task stored successfully and other stuff. That will be up to you to do it. As I said, also with the try and catch. So what must happen now is that when we check here, when we run this, nothing is stored so far, as you can see. So now we want to debug, we want to check, does it store or it doesn't? So that's what we're going to check. Because someone is already crying here. Is it 4 hours? On my side, it's showing 2 hours.
Hey, so on our side, it's almost 5 hours.
You're saying I took like...
So you can understand why they complain. I mean, yeah.
This
I
class
want to
started.
push 8 hours.
This class started at 10.
Let's ask password.
Spuma.
Yes, remind me and say 10. This. Let's see how it's gonna work. Okay, if it's not crashing, as I said, on your side, you can make it do that thing of what is it? Returning successfully added. You get it on your side. So let's see here. If we try to run it, okay, nothing is happening. I think we didn't call the method on the other side. So let's go to the main one. So this is where we have to call the method. On the chart, items, add. But Nate, then get Get what? Get base. Then let's use the object name manage underscore task, and then go for the insect task, which is this one. And then I'm gonna start with the name.
Close the door, Auntie.
Okay. Let's try to run it and then we see the results. If this one works, then we'll continue. I don't know when.
So we can continue go Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday.
Okay. Add task firewall. Hey, fry. Hey, someone is on. Add task firewall. Yes. Remind. How many days?
6 days.
6 days.
6 days. Skolo.
Yes, call man.
Auntie
Okay, here
Valinyana.
as you can see, it's saying good. I will remind you in 6 days, yes, on the you see 21. Okay. What we can do now is this. Let's try to see if it did store something or not. Okay, there it is. Text name is firewall, and then the description, as I said, aside from what it returns there, and then the date, due date is what, June 21, and then the status is pending. So it is storing, as you can see here. Anyone with a question so far?
I can continue, Minya.
Nice try.
Yeah, so narco recording.
Alright, we'll see go Wednesday again.
Yeah, really will many
Minya,
for your time.
don't forget to post on YouTube.
Hey, I don't have network, man.
Eh, say recording mo kayo na
Minya,
latlhela na. Latlhela na mo recording.
Okay.
Dangi menier. Yeah, really will.
Okay, Nani, sir, can you take your code and then you can please share it with us? We'll use that as a reference.
You say?
I was saying, could you, if it would be too much of an, if it wouldn't be slow, explain, if it wouldn't be too much of an ask, could you please the code that you were working on, could you please like send it to us so that we can use it as like a reference / a guide while we are working on part 3? So that way, listen, so
Emmanuel, can you please go back to the main class? There.
You were saying?
yeah, I was saying, so like if we have the code, we'll be able to see what is expected of us instead of us having to constantly come and consult with you. You know, it will save everyone time.
For part 3?
Yeah, for part 3. Like this whole project that we're doing, would it be possible for you to just share that file with us?
Fine.
When it's completed, obviously.
Sorry?
When it's completed.
Yeah, let's see how it goes Wednesday.
No, like
let's see how it goes
Yeah?
Wednesday. You get the video. You wanna get the code?
Okay.
You guys wanna do copy and paste?
we won't copy and paste. We're just gonna use it as a guide.
I know
So.
you guys. You showed me frames last time. Some of you didn't even change the logo. You guys can get the person in trouble.
But anyway, we thank you, sir. We thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and
I
effort.
Wednesday your face.
Okay, Minya.
We just gotta continue from here.